Now, the reason I'm...
So much, you may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
I'm gonna come.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Oh, look at my African American over here. Look at him.
I don't really care, Margaret.
The N-word.
I've got an idea. Why don't we just kill him?
Go home to mommy.
I like how you.
Salute.
Our religion is based.
What's going on, everybody? It is Friday, the best day of the week. And it's the best day because it is the day that we get to watch the It Is Friday intro. Oh, man. What's going on, everybody? How you doing? Slutty Milk is packing for Austin. Woohoo! Less than 24 hours now. In 24 hours, I will be joining Patriots drinking beer. And guess what? Right now, I am joining Patriots and drinking beer. Ah, what a good day. What do we have? Ah! I've been attacked. Hi, mister. You got a new haircut today? Show everyone your haircut. Yeah, look at that. Looking all clean and sharp. How you doing, bud? Who's on your shirt? Who is that? Bigfoot. Bigfoot. Are you just a boy who loves Bigfoot? Yeah. Did you find Bigfoot?
No.
No.
Found all of the evidence except seeing him.
We found all the evidence except seeing him. Yeah, that's right, we did. You getting ready for bed?
Yeah.
Can you show me your dance moves? That's how you dance, huh? Come do it over on this side. Come do it over here. Watch out for the lights. Come do it over on this side.
Wasn't that an actual picture of me doing it?
Can you dance like that one guy? No? How come? Why can't you dance like that one guy?
I think it's too funny.
You think it's too funny? You embarrassed?
No, it's just too funny.
Are you going to dance when we go see all of our friends tomorrow? Are you going to dance for them at the restaurant? Yeah? All right, I love you, big guy.
No.
Have a good sleep, okay?
Don't look.
Don't look?
Now don't listen.
Okay. I'm not looking or listening. What's happening? Ah! Yikes! You spooked me.
Can we do it again?
All right, one more time. Doody-doody-doo. I wonder what's happening next to me. Ah! It's Beastwood.
Again.
No, that was the last time, okay?
Okay.
You gonna go down and go to sleep? All right, go give mommy lovies for me, okay?
Okay.
I love you, big guy. You say bye to everyone?
Bye.
You want to wave? Wave to him. Yeah, there you go.
Do I need to wait from the other side?
Oh, you need to wave from this side? There you go. What letter is behind you?
Hey.
A K. That's right. Leave it alone. Please don't move it.
Big
It's there very delicately.
foot.
Bigfoot? Yeah, if it was spelled with a K, that's how you pronounce it. Please leave it alone.
I'm just
All right. Run down to mommy, okay, bub?
okay.
I love you, big guy.
I love
Be
you
careful of
too,
the
Daddy.
lights.
He won't hear it.
You need to go down now. Go out and close the door behind you, please. You have to be very specific with our instructions here.
I just wanted to wrestle one more time.
You want to wrestle one more time? Okay, you can wrestle one more time. Doody-doody-doo.
Just farted.
Ah, you grabbed my beard. All right, there you go. You got one more time.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, I love you, big guy.
I love you.
Have a good sleep.
Go home to mommy.
There we go. He is something else. If you would like to meet the little man yourself, then you could do that tomorrow evening in South Austin, where we will be having the King Pilled meetup, the King Pilled Texas meetup. I got a whole group of you guys in the group chat now. So this is probably last call here, because there's no telling. I got a bit of a busy day tomorrow afternoon, and there's no telling if I'll be able to. If you reach out, I may not see it in time. So if you would like to be added to the group chat for this Texas meetup or for future Texas meetups, then just shoot me an email, realkingpilled@gmail.com, or DM me on Twitter @realkingpilled, and we will meet up. We will drink some beers, maybe some other things. I don't know if the place we're going to, I don't know if it has a full bar, but I know that they do have some specific cocktails they have advertised on their website. So if you are a cocktail drinker, if you like the cock, then there will be something for you as well. And of course, beers galore. We should have a grand old time. The place, I'll be getting there sometime, probably between 5 and 6. That's what we're shooting for. Amy will be there. Eastwood will be there. A whole passel of Patriots will be there. And the place closes at like 11 or 11:30, so we should have plenty of time to fully consume all of the alcohols, and I'm sure there will be nicotine involved as well. Speaking of which, I have to apply the nicotine here. We got the Trump Punisher. Where's the best angle for this? It doesn't really show up, does it? Yeah, there we go. The Trump Punisher. I've got a new one here. This is Rogue Apple. I don't think I've tried this one before. But let's see. Oh, it's quite good. It's a winner. I expected it would be. Rogues are, don't tell Tucker Carlson, Rogues are my favorite. They're just the perfect texture and moisture level for a pouch. I like the big fluffy moist pouches. I like them big, fluffy, and moist. So I got the Rogues and the mangoes that I can alternate back and forth between now. I'm kind of a fruity fellow, don't you know? Oh, man, I got a whole bunch of stuff today. Some odds and ends things, and we'll talk a little economics, geopolitical stuff with a lot of Tom Luongo links. I've saved up a bunch of Tom Luongo links over the last several days, and we'll be going through those, including one excerpt from a podcast interview he did just recently. The whole thing is very, very good. It's 2 hours long. On the BTC Sessions channel, Tom Luongo reveals Trump's genius trap crushes globalists. Bitcoin boom ahead. So we'll be watching probably about 20 minutes or so of it, where he's discussing specifically the Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, and the housing situation, and what some of the things that the administration may be doing to address that, and how that ties into the whole global geopolitical situation. And then another number of other things related to that particular matter. And then I got some other Luongo things, and then just a whole bunch of odds and ends. This is kind of like we'll do a Friday roundup here, where some of my odds and ends things, I've tried to put them in some sort of a coherent order here, but should be quite a bit of variety. Got some funny videos we're going to talk about. I got a follow up on that. Remember, I played the video yesterday of the what's her name? From the I've Had It podcast, these like middle-aged lib Harridan women. I played the video of her talking to Cory Booker and asking if Benjamin Netanyahu's a war criminal, and being very dissatisfied with his answer. If I'd scrolled down, I would have seen that there was another excerpt from that, and they're asking him about AIPAC. So I'll play that clip. I've got a Daily Wire clip here. Ben Shapiro appears to scold Matt Walsh and others for declining to police the right after Politico published an article revealing the New York State Young Republicans' Telegram messages. I've got an article about Pat Buchanan and Pat Buchanan and Gen Z. The Gen Z right is Pat Buchanan's lasting legacy. Written by one of our favorite spaghetti Americans, Gabe Guidarini from Turning Point. We'll read that and just a whole bunch of other very interesting things. But before I get into all of that, we've got an alpha male alert.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, money, money,
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling. Cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then you're talking no matter.
Tried to gift subs last night, but not sure why it wasn't working on my phone last night. So now you just get a tip.
Thank you, Dave Johnson. Thank you, you patriot. I will. The subs would be nice for the people who are watching, but and they would be nice for me. But in this case, I suppose you guys just miss out, and it's just me who wins. I like that. I like winning. I like winning at your guys' expense. And of course, the Dave Johnson mention means,
you know, Dave Johnson is the gayest person to ever walk this green earth.
Oh, we love our Patriots fans, don't we, boys? Dave, the gayest Johnson, indeed. I'm seeing some Mariners references in here, and I didn't have time to take a look at what happened today. But good news, apparently. Let's see what. Let me check this real quick. Oops, wrong link. What happened? Ooh, 62. The Mariners won. They're one game away. One game away from the World Series. Gino Suarez. Gino's slam has Mariners one win away from first trip to World Series. Oh, boy. Is it happening, boys? Is it actually going to happen? Are they going to break our hearts again? I'd say it's probably 50-50. I'm very prepared to have my heart broken. But also, it may happen. When is the next game? Let me see this. Is it on Sunday? Let's see, Game 6. Yeah, Sunday evening. Am I doing anything Sunday evening? I can't remember now. I'm sure my wife will remind me if I am. I feel like there's something that's on the schedule for Sunday evening, but maybe not. That does remind me, after the after we do the meetup tomorrow evening, if you guys want to stick around in the Austin area, you're very welcome to join us for church on Sunday morning at our parish in Lockhart. Liturgy starts at 9 a.m., so we'd love to have you. I know a number of you guys are already planning on it. It'll be quite a crew there, I'd imagine. Usually, I think my wife is generally the one who's responsible for keeping track of the attendance, and usually it's somewhere. It maxes out generally somewhere in the vicinity of something like 45 or 50, maybe like 40 to 50 adults and 5 to 15 kids on a given day. So we may have a crowded crew there. That'd be very good to see. Yes, my wife says I'll be building Eastwood's gym. Yes, that's actually a good point. That'll be a good Sunday afternoon activity. Getting Eastwood's climbing gym dome thing finished. Getting that thing set up. But then in the evening, I do believe I will have time to sit down and watch my Mariners. Can I say that? My Mariners? Even though I haven't been loyal to them, can I still call them my Mariners? I'll do it. Sit down and see if they clinch it. If they don't, and it goes to a Game 7. Game 7 is Monday evening. Monday evening at, is this 7 p.m. my time? Let's see. Yeah, Central Time, 7 p.m. my time. Well, if they don't, we may have to, we'll see what happens with the LABE on Monday evening, because if there's the opportunity that the Mariners might clinch, then the LABE might have to be later. Maybe I could do it earlier. We'll see. Hopefully they just clinch it on Sunday, and that's all we need. Amy says, with approval, you too can come help build Eastwood's gym. Yes, you do have to get approval from Mrs. Kingpild, but if you do, then yes, you may also come help. All right, let's get this started. First of all, I just want to give a shout out to my boy, Mr. Jason Miranchuk, killing it. Had a great episode he did last night. From the young Republicans' GC being exposed by Politico via leaks by top leadership to academic agent now publicly attacking right-wing ideas, it's becoming clear that the enemy of the right is the right. This is a very, very good episode. You may remember that Jason made this prediction that very soon you will start to find out that many of the people you thought were based are not. I remember the first time he said that back in, I think it was shortly after the election. So probably November, December of last year. And boy has he ever been validated. The man's very good at making predictions. When Jason makes a prediction, you should listen. This is a good one. This is a very, very good episode. He covered a lot of stuff related to the leaked group chat, and then listened to or watched one of AA's videos on nationalism. AA is going through and basically like debunking right-wing thought now, doing a series of videos like debunking right-wing terms and ideas. He's doing a thing. Who knows what the thing is that he's doing, but he's doing a thing. And Jason used it as a great jumping off point for some really good analysis, if I do say so myself. It was very, very good. So go listen to that. If you're listening to the LABE right now, stay listening to the LABE. But as soon as you finish the LABE, then go make sure you listen to Jason's episode here. It was called The Enemies on the Right. It was Miranchuk Live, episode 10. And you better be subscribed to him and supporting him with money, because the man needs it. He's a hard worker. He is a very insightful man with a very good heart. So make sure you go support our boy. That reminds me, I need to make sure I drop the tip link in here so you guys can support me. Got to do some shilling. Oops. Make sure I type this right. tips.kingpild.com. There you go. There is the tip link. Pinned in the chat. Han Pritchard says, AA's fall has been the most disappointing for me. I learned a lot about the true function of politics from that guy, so his turn has felt like a Jew-tier backstab betrayal. Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't know that... I kind of suspect that there's some professional wrestling stuff going on here, that he... If I really had to put money on something, it would be that he's reacting to the fact that the country he lives in has become rather dangerous to participate in certain types of political commentary. And so he's turning a weakness into a strength, so to speak, and deciding to use this as an opportunity to turn heel, which, at least in theory, could be really good for driving some engagement, and gives him an opportunity to do a thing. And I can understand if you're like kind of not sure what to do with your content, you kind of hit a wall, and you're like, what do I do? Where do I go from here? How do I? People expect me to go on and say some things, but my old things that I used to say, I can't say them anymore. I don't know what to say now. Well, there's kind of a neat intersection here where he could be the reformed right winger. Jason says that he thinks that his angle is he wants to become the new Piers Morgan, and I like Piers Morgan. I understand what Piers Morgan is, but for what he is, I like him. I find him entertaining. It's definitely a lucrative career. It's very good for business. So I don't really hold it against him that much. I think he's kind of doing what he's got to do, but I can't understand why people would feel that level of betrayal. And I suppose it's just maybe a cautionary tale of you sort of like don't meet your heroes, like don't get too caught up in your internet personalities that you follow. Realize that everyone who's posting or talking or doing anything on the internet is playing a character. It's kind of not possible. Like I try to be as authentic and as genuinely me as I can. And when I've met people, Ozark Pleb says, "I hope I never meet you, Matt." That's actually a very good backhanded compliment. I appreciate that. I've had, when people have met me in the past, they've said that the me that's on the show and the me that's in person are not all that different. So that's a good thing, I guess. But I think it's impossible to do, especially this sort of kind of parasocial interaction where there's 264 viewers spread around the world right now who are listening to me while I talk. And for me, I'm sitting here in an empty room by myself, just talking to computer screens in front of me. This is a very weird, unnatural kind of relationship to have. It's very parasocial. So it's not possible to engage in it fully and wholly authentically. There's always going to be some element of a character that you're playing, and I guess the goal is to play that character authentically, be honest in the character that you're playing. So Slutty Muck said it is weird. I've had to do similar before. It definitely took some getting used to, and I got to give a big shout out to Jason Stapleton for bringing me on as a co-host on his show back many years ago now. Just a lifetime ago, at least 7 years ago. Oh, actually, almost exactly 7 years ago, because it was actually like end of October, beginning of November of 2018, I think. For bringing me on and having me as a co-host, because I kind of got the feel for it and it started to know what it's like to be talking to an audience, even though it's just like you and another guy in the room. Now it's just me in the room. It definitely takes some practice and some getting used to, but it is unnatural, and invariably people are going to naturally fall into playing a character because that's just kind of how it is. Straight Buster says the voice has changed since the early days. I'm curious, how has it changed? In what sense? I mean, I know there's very very specific things that have changed, but I'm curious to know what you're thinking of. Shout out to Jeff Accordion renewing his subscription for 5 months on Kick.
Welcome to the Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
And then Jeffrey G just subscribed as well. Thank you guys. Thank you Patriots for supporting the show. How about we get an Erica?
Auf der Heide blüht ein kleines Blümelein. Und das heißt Erika.
That salute emoji, that Roman emoji is perfect now. Okay, for those of you, this one's for the boys. We got a little bit of American fatherhood advice. This is a wife jack. This is Mrs. Kingpill's submission for the show today. How to raise a boy if you're a new daddy.
you're a new daddy and you're about to raise a boy, here's a few tips that may be helpful. Number one, farts are funny. You need to laugh. Now, obviously, not at church or funerals, but everywhere else it needs to be acknowledged with a high five and given a rating. Number two, play fight with him every day. I can personally say that my 3-year-old gets a lot of joy out of seeing his father in pain that he's inflicted. Makes him feel tough and gives him confidence. Do it. If you can't do that, talking to the spouse.
Today, I was kicked back in the recliner talking with Amy, and Eastwood got a glint in his eye, and he walked over to me and decided to go for the people's elbow straight to the huevos. And fortunately, I've been around him enough now that I saw what was coming just in time to partially block it, at least. But then he proceeded to just giggle hysterically, and it was like someone injected him with meth. He just started chimping out. Yes, having a son means you always have to be on guard.
House now, ma'am. You married another woman. Number three, look for any opportunity to point out how strong he is. Every time they pick up something, freak out, call a mandatory timeout, and go feel his muscles. Comparing him to the Hulk or Iron Man is always a great idea. Number four,
really
make sure that boy knows how glad you are for him to be your son. You need to get about this far from his face 8 times a day and say, boy, you mine, I love you, and your daddy's proud of you. Believe me, instead of another toy, that's what he wants more than anything. And lastly...
Now, I will say, I understand the point he's making here. With my son, I don't know. Does he want that more than a toy? Because he would really like, there's some specific toys that he would really like. And if I got in his face and like told him that I loved him and I was proud of him, he'd probably be like, "Why are you in my face? Go away." but Eastwood is an odd bird. So I'll just keep doing it. This last one here, here's the controversial one.
This thing right here don't just hold up your pants. It also helps develop common sense, integrity, and character. Fellas, if you're a new dad...
That one, it's funny. I was having this conversation with Cooper the other day. Yeah, my wife says he wouldn't give a flying shit you told him that, right? She also says Eastwood thought it was hilarious that he farted in my studio. He is a boy, through and through, 100% a boy. Cooper and I were having this conversation the other day that we both grew up being spanked with vigor. We earned every last little bit of it, and we got spanked with vigor. And then both of us went through a kind of like a peaceful parenting kind of phase where this is really before I had kids, but I was like, if I do have kids, I'm going to do the peaceful parenting thing. And I really bought into that a lot. And then I had a kid, and not just a kid, I had a son. I had a son with a very particular personality, and realized that you are actually this is one of those things where you need to have wisdom, and you need to have ideally you have a spiritual father that you can submit yourself to, that you can receive advice and counsel from. But there are with a little boy in particular, you are doing a disservice to him if you are not meting out an appropriate level. You are not meeting his level of violence with an appropriate level of violence. Because what you're ultimately teaching him is that there's certain things that you can do that are not going to result in pain for you. And especially when they're a little bit younger, they're not necessarily going to associate like, I caused this pain over here, and then minutes or hours later there was this other consequence that wasn't really associated with pain. If the child is doing something to cause physical pain, they're intentionally, maliciously causing physical pain to someone else, that must be met with physical pain. And you're doing them a disservice if you don't do that. Because what you're teaching them is, if you cause physical pain to someone else, you're not going to experience physical pain yourself. And you build that up to the teenage or adult level, and that's going to backfire tremendously. Girls may be a separate thing. I haven't had a girl. I've had younger sisters who quite a bit younger than me that I've watched them be raised, and there definitely is a very big difference between boys and girls. And I'm sure there are some boys who may be different. This is where you have to have the wisdom. You got to know your own child, and not all, every rule has an exception by definition, but there are with little boys, probably almost exclusively, with very few exceptions, if you are not meting out physical punishment to them when it is appropriate, you are undermining their development. They're trying to find the limits. They don't know how to control themselves. They don't know how to control their bodies, especially as the testosterone starts coming online. They need to know where those limits are, and they need to feel them very deeply. If you try to sit down and negotiate something with him, Eastwood is extremely intelligent. He is very intelligent for his age. He's for a 5-year-old, he's probably in most cases uniquely capable of sitting down and rationalizing through externalities, second and third order effects, grading on a curve. For a 5-year-old, he's quite good at that. But even with him, there are certain things where he needs to be met with a physical response. And that physical response is not always the same. And obviously, this isn't a call to just ruthlessly beat a child. But there are times where they simply need to feel pain. And that pain needs to happen kind of quick. Like with a dog. With a dog, you can't punish a dog minutes or hours away from the behavior. The punishment has to happen directly. If you're punishing them, it has to happen directly attached to the behavior, or they're not going to be able to make that connection. The same with little kids. So for the age that he's at right now, the 5-year-old age is kind of a complicated one, because he's young enough that he's still, he's young and dumb. So he doesn't necessarily reason through everything well enough, because, he's 5. But also he's old enough to know better in many cases, and he has that testosterone really coming online and just has the instinctive urge to just lash out and physically cause harm whenever he's frustrated and upset. So yeah, he has to be physically restrained. And in some cases, like when I was talking with Cooper, he said his rule is, if you are being physical or you're directly disrespecting and back-talking your mom, if you do that, you're going to get popped. And it might be like a flick in the forehead or a smack on the back of the head or something like that, but you're going to experience it immediately. You're going to know this is a line you don't cross. Yeah, Mr. Sue, like touching a hot stove. You touch that hot stove, whoop, oh, yeah, okay, that's what happens when I touch that hot stove. I'm not going to touch that hot stove again. When I mouth off to my mom, all of a sudden I get flicked in the forehead. Oh, okay, well, I guess I'm not going to mouth off to my mom. And there's a very good thing. If you can learn this, the dead finger, I don't know if you guys can see it here with the frame rate, but the thing you do here is you get the ring finger, you get it as loose and floppy as you can, and you can pop with that. Bam! And I haven't actually had to use it on him yet. I just start doing this when he's getting sassy, and he's like, oh, nope. I don't want any of that. I don't want any of that action. Kids are such a blessing, man. Bobby Ballbag says, I just have to keep reiterating, smacks and pops need to be done in a mostly unemotional manner. Yeah, right. Yeah. If you're physically disciplining your child and you feel that the emotion rising, I experienced it when I was a child. There was times where my parents had to come to me and apologize to me, and thank God that they did. When they would physically discipline me out of anger and emotion, and they would go overboard. Then they would come to me later and they would apologize and say that was inappropriate. There needed to be they needed to cool down. And I would say, like, so then there's kind of a dilemma here. Like, you have to get the punishment has to be proportional, but it also has to be timely, particularly with the younger kid. And so there may be times where if you're feeling too hot, you might just have to not do anything. You might just have to, like, it would be better to withhold the punishment in a given case because you're too emotional about it than it would be to overreact and punish them out of anger, directly, like trying to hurt them because you're mad at them. But there's no easy answers. This is a thing I realized very shortly after he was born, was that parenthood is you think of human maturation, and it's like, infant, toddler, adolescent, teen, maybe young adult, teen, adult. But then a lot of people just kind of stop at adult. But parent is a whole nother stage entirely. If you're an adult who hasn't had children, or hasn't existed in that sort of role or that sort of relationship, that's a level of human development that you haven't gone through. And it genuinely is like going from adolescent to teen is rocky and stressful and everything. Going from adult to parent is the same as well. You get to relive your childhood very much. You see, you spend time arguing and being completely exasperated with with a tiny version of yourself. Oh, that's what I was like. You develop a great appreciation for your own parents. At least I have. I've especially my mom and I. My mom and I had a pretty rocky time when I was younger, and I've developed just such a greater, deeper appreciation and love for her, having now living with a small version of myself and thinking about everything that she was going through at the same stage in life. She was much younger than I was as well. And everything that she was going through, and then everything that I put her through above and beyond that, and how patient and kind and loving she was with me in spite of it all. I've got such a much deeper love and respect for her because of that. Yeah, Amy says Eastwood has my attitude. Eastwood has her attitude and has my temper and brains. Right. That's exactly what he is. Okay, let's see here. Reading some of your comments. Bobby Ballbag says, when I've truly freaked out and just screamed in pure emotion or anger, nothing physical, it scared my son to the point that I was ashamed of myself. Yes, I've been there as well. Yeah. And you see that, that shit broke my heart. That's when I really had to look inside. Yeah, when you see that look on their face, when you really break through, because when they're really having a moment, they're like throwing a temper tantrum, or they're melting down, or they're just like, they're sort of disassociated. But then you do the thing that snaps them into reality, and you see that moment of their face just freezes, and they get that look of like horror and fear on it. That is just, oh, man. Like, he could be such a dick, but then you see the moment where he's just a little person, man. He's just a little person. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's dealing with all this stimulus and trying to figure out what he's doing and where he's going and everything that's happening around him. He has zero context for most of the things that happen to him, and he just takes your presence and your love and support of him completely for granted because he doesn't know any better. Yeah, those moments hit really hard. Hey, there's Dave. Dave Johnson, you got your president's message to you just a little bit earlier. Thank you, man. Thank you for the tip and for subscribing on Kick. All right, let's keep this going now. Got a banger edit for you guys. This I have a feeling this Mythomaga account is gonna start showing up a lot here on the LABE. In this case, this is an edit from Hyperjumper 7. Never seen it before, but this was an instant follow.
This is MAGA country.
Bravo 6, going dark.
Defeating the radical left, the Marxists, the agitators, the anarchists.
With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state.
We will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I hereby declare martial law.
You have to take out their families. When you get these terrorists, you have to take out their families.
Putin's a killer. A lot of killers. You get a lot of killers. Well, you think our country's so innocent?
Death penalty. Bring it forth. The only good communist is a dead communist!
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism.
Americanism, not globalism.
That threatens the very foundation.
Will be our credo. I'm gonna bomb the shit out of them. Hail Trump, hail our people, hail victory. The world is a mess. The world is as angry as it gets. Well, you think this is going to cause a little more anger?
Oh! Oh my God! What a heater! Incredible! Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. It's loud as hell too. I got the volume pulled way down for that. It was still really loud. Straight Buster says, "These are my Ronald McDonald fishes, by the way." Oh man, this was a. I apologize to you guys for for putting the beanie in front of you here, but this is a worthwhile one. I've talked to you guys before about about liquid death and how I am not going to. I would not put something called liquid death in my mouth. I've seen the schizo ladies on Instagram who do the like speaking to the ice, and the ice reflects back the words that they put into that they say, or like an image that's near them, or whatever. That I've seen that. This can says liquid death on the side of it. Yeah, there's no way. There is no way I'm going to put that into my body. However, this here is just so here's the CEO, I believe, founder of Liquid Death. And Tim Pool, so a little bit of the context here. In a can, like your typical can like this, you may not know, but it actually has a plastic liner inside it. And Liquid Death had their this advertising campaign, Death to Plastic. And when Liquid Death it's a can, so it comes in a can, just sort of like a can here, but it's a can of water. And their whole thing, like the ostensible message here is, don't drink your water out of a plastic water bottle that's leaching microplastics into it. Drink out of the can, because the can is not plastic. However, the cans have a plastic liner inside. So Tim Pool realized this and posted that he was no longer going to be, I don't know if he was advertising for him or whatever, but he posted something a couple days ago and said I'm not doing this anymore. This is like false advertising. I'm not going to put these microplastics into my body. And Liquid Death reached out and said, can we have our CEO come on and debate this with you? And so they did. They had their CEO go on and discuss this with him. And holy shit, I'll just play it for you.
So I've actually done shows where I've talked about the issue of can liners without naming Liquid Death. But there's articles from 3 years ago talking about how you guys line your product with plastic and don't disclose that. And only now you change it.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I'm glad you did. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. It's like, well, one, we didn't believe that, and based on, because look, we don't just make decisions in a vacuum of 3 people sitting in a boardroom. Like, we look at shitloads of survey data. Like, we have people, we're surveying Liquid Death drinkers to find out, what is it? Why are they buying? Is this a problem? And what we identified was the fraction of people, of all the Liquid Death customers, the fraction of people that would be in this camp of, oh, I thought I was buying something that had no plastic in it, and how dare you deceive me, was so small. And even now, it's a very small number of people. But hey,
you realize what he just said? He just said that they have done the survey data and confirmed that they have a portion of their clientele who have seen this as false advertising. They know this. They know that people are deceived by the fact that they have this Death to Plastic campaign that makes people think, oh, if I drink water out of a can, then I'm not going to be subject to the microplastics. They know this. And he's literally saying this, that they've done the surveys, they've evaluated this, and that they know there are people who believe that. He's saying this publicly on a massive show.
Sometimes you do have to cater to, hey, let's make it ultra clear. So there's nobody that can do it.
I appreciate you coming on, but did you talk with your lawyer before doing this show?
Absolutely.
And you brought up Red Bull gives you wings, which the FTC fined Red Bull for as a misleading statement. And then you just stated that
But that's a ridiculous thing. How many people are buying? How many people are buying a liquid death? Or no? How many people do you think are buying a Red Bull saying, "I believe this product is going to give me wings"?
Fascinating, because that wasn't the FTC's argument. The argument was that Red Bull's statement misled the public into thinking that it provided more of an enhancement than any caffeinated beverage. The statement "Red Bull gives you wings" did not trick people into thinking they would grow wings. People believed Red Bull was an energy drink, and then they found out it was a standard caffeinated soda. That's why they got fined. I think it was $13 million.
That actually I didn't know. That was very interesting. I'd heard about the lawsuit with Red Bull. Red Bull gives you wings and everything, and I was like, oh, it's kind of silly. But there seems to be more to that than I realized. Kind of like the McDonald's having the super hot coffee, that lawsuit. There was actually more to that than it originally sounded like. Sounded like the lady just ordered a really hot coffee and got scorched and then sued for it. But there was actually a lot more to the lawsuit than the headline said.
So when you say to me, we knew death to plastic was a marketing slogan and our products contained plastic, and there was a portion of people who genuinely believed it was plastic free, sounds like you've just admitted to an FTC violation.
You're completely wrong, because death to plastic is not a claim. Death to plastic is a point of view.
Neither is Red Bull gives you wings.
That we are a company that is trying to do something about plastic. Not all plastic. We don't say death to all plastic. Our product contains 0% plastic. That's not what we're saying. And we have, if you look at any ad that Liquid Death has made.
Now that may be a valid point to make. So this is kind of my thought process as I'm listening to this earlier, because I'm right on board with what Tim's saying. And then his response, I was like, okay, I guess, yeah, when you were getting really into you're getting really Jewish about this and getting super autistic about the specific details and stuff. Yeah, technically, by saying death to plastic, they're not making the claim that there is no plastic in their cans. They're not making that claim explicitly. However, he literally just got finished saying that they have sampled customers and found that there are customers who believe that is what they're saying. Why would you say that out loud? Even if that was true, why would you ever say that publicly? Because at the very least, you may not get an FTC fine, but this is going to be a massive PR issue for you. Why would you say that in public?
Recycled Plastic Surgery Center, the most recent thing we did with Whitney Cummings, the whole thing is about recyclability.
It's about putting plastic in your body, which microplastics do when they leach into your food product. I thought that was pretty funny, because I like Whitney Cummings, and you did this commercial where they're jamming plastic in their body, and I was like, kind of like when you consume plastic-lined food products with microplastics leaching into them, right?
Did he say microplastics? It sounded like he said Michael-plastics. Why are we bringing Barack Obama's spouse into this?
Look, Tim, I'm going to say it again.
Tim, no. You're trying to spin something here. And look, that's what you do too. You spin? And you're trying to spin it. Yeah, you're spinning.
Yeah. This is the point where you just got to, like, if you're at the point where you're saying, hey, no, you're just trying to spin stuff here, you're done. You are cooked. It is all over for you.
I'll tell you exactly what I'm doing. I bought a product that had death to plastic because I didn't know aluminum cans had plastic in it. And you told me you knew there's a portion of people who didn't know that, and you kept selling the product without disclosing it. That pisses me off. I would not have bought Liquid Death as a plastic alternative had I known my food product was lined with plastic, because it defeated the purpose of purchasing it. And I stopped buying my Saratoga Springs thinking this didn't have plastic in it. That's my whole argument. You said you knew that was the case for a portion of your customers. I'm pissed.
Oh, man, this face right here, this is when you want the freeze frame record scratch, want to get away, and then you have the Southwest Airlines commercial. Holy crap. Imagine going up to do this interview with, I mean, one of the largest shows on the internet, and just getting smoked, absolutely smoked like that. Apparently, they've. I saw something that said that they're changing their campaign to death to plastic bottles or something like that. But oh my God, just one of the greatest cell phones in marketing and advertising history in recent memory. And shout out to the Beanie Man for this is a Beanie Man W, I would say. Okay, so I told you guys about this story. We talked about this yesterday. Bill Asaley, the district attorney in or the attorney general in US, no, he's not an attorney general. He's a district attorney in California. California Democrats mishandling $50 million in federal funds meant for homeless housing. Well, we got one of the greatest tweets of all time from Jonah here. He's got a Bored Ape PvP, PFP. He says, "Be me, landlord in LA. Rent house in the hills to 25-year-old CFO of a real estate company. Arrives in lime green Bentley with influencer GF plus emotional support micropoodle. Stops paying rent. Emails me a PDF from the county website saying COVID-related income loss. Nothing I can do because LA equals anarchy. Non-stop eyes wide shut parties at my house. Dog melts my hardwood floors with atomic diarrhea. Claims poverty on paper while bottle servicing magnums of Ace in my pool. Private jets to Paris, Tulum, Miami, and Vegas. GF showered with diamonds, Birkin bags, red carpets, and chopper to Cella. Everything posted on Instagram, lest there be any doubt. Eventually moves out, I celebrate prematurely. Sues me for 8 figs the next morning just to F with me. 2-year legal war, vanishes, and drum roll. Today, DOJ indicts him for stealing $130 million from California's homeless fund. Oh my God, what a story. This must have been the guy that directed, what was it, like $2.2 million to his payoff as American Express. Oh man, that must be Cody Holmes here. Cody Holmes, ex-CFO of Shangri-La Industries, for allegedly siphoning millions for personal use. That guy is going to wind up underneath the prison. Thanks for showing up, Ozarker Pleb. Good to see you, man. And I see Dave is in the chat, and he's asking if he got his Trump calling him gay. We'll play it again, just for good measure.
You know, Dave Johnson is the gayest person to ever walk this green earth.
There you go, Dave. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the tip. Speaking of tips, Cabbage Mancer.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Wait for it.
Plastic gave me wings.
Oh, yes. Thank you. That's weird that there's a delay on it now. It's waiting until the thing goes away before it actually plays the chat. I wonder why that is. Weird. Thank you for the tip. Please do support the show. We got 13 days to go, and we are well short of the goal for this month. Large part of that is because of me. I did take the first 8 days of the month off, but please remember to tip your streamer. Tips.kingpill.com. You can also go to Venmo or Cash App or buy me a coffee. Those are all ways you can do it as well. Or you can join the King Pill Discord. We got a new Discord member this afternoon, this evening. Very good to see a new one. We said this is another follow-up from yesterday. I talked about this new gear from Anduril with Palmer Luckey. And Palmer went on the Joe Rogan Experience today. When I say the European mind cannot comprehend, the European mind does not even have a category for this. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, God, I love these guys. Look at this. I can only imagine what a European would think looking at that. Yeah, T-Con, imagine not living in this country. Imagine not being an American. I can't even comprehend it. Greatest country of all time. So proud to be from the country that I'm from. Now here's an interesting development. Former NASA nominee Jared Isaacman is in talks to reclaim the nomination for NASA's chief decision maker. It's one of those things where it seems as if we're getting a bit of a picture as to what's been going on behind the scenes. So Jared Isaacman was initially nominated to be the NASA administrator, and then his nomination was pulled right around the time that Elon and Trump had their big falling out. And some people speculated that this was one of the things that contributed to the falling out. Then Elon pointed the finger at Sergio Gore, who was the White House. He was like the chief of White House personnel at the time, the guy responsible for staffing the White House, and said that he's like he's a traitor, he's a snake, he's terrible. Basically said he's the one that's responsible for bad decisions made in staffing. Shortly after that, Sergio Gore was moved to be the new ambassador to India, and Dan Scavino took his place. Dan Scavino, a longtime Trump loyalist, and where's my Q boys at? My Q boys out there, you know Dan Scavino. He is one of the Trump insiders who has, at the very least, very openly played footsie with the whole Q idea, if not being actually involved in it. Yeah, Scavine Q. There's my Q boys. What's up, guys? And so now Dan Scavino takes over for Sergio Gore, and we're getting the possibility that maybe Jared Isaacman is back under consideration.
There are some risks worth taking. Exploring the worlds beyond ours is a risk worth taking. My parents put me in front of the TV instead of a babysitter a lot, so I watched the movie Space Camp, Top Gun, The Right Stuff. In kindergarten, I just would check out from the library at the school picture books of the space shuttle, and I did tell my kindergarten teacher, I was like, someday I'm gonna do this.
Boss 103 is up and ready. 59,000.
Jared Isaacman, founder of Draken International, world's largest private tactical fighter fleet for military training. Record-setting pilot with over 7,800 hours in a jet aircraft. That's almost 1 full year in flight.
That's insane.
Commanded Inspiration 4 in 2021, the first all-civilian space flight. Led the farthest mission into space since the last Apollo mission on Polaris Dawn in 2024, where you conducted the first commercial spacewalk.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here,
look at that
it
fisheye
sure
lens.
looks like a perfect world.
212 is holding short, light turn 290 on takeoff.
I literally traveled around the world and bought fleets of fighter jets. We were literally the Top Gun adversaries. I dropped out of school at 16 and have lived an extraordinary life. That's the American dream at its finest right there. I have a debt to the country, and I would give back and serve in any capacity.
He's a pretty cool freaking dude. He has, there's very few people who could match up to his record as a pilot doing spacewalks. However real you think that is. And then he also started a company as like a payment processor company with some sort of novel technology or something like that. I think he's let me make sure I'm not spreading some fake news here. I was going to say something about his net worth, but I want to make sure that I don't spread fake news. Come on, Grok. Yeah, 1.4 billion. He is a billionaire. So he's a billionaire, extremely accomplished fighter pilot, astronaut. I mean, now the downside with him, I suppose, is that he's donated a lot to Democrats. Like, that's been the thing. He's been a registered Democrat who has donated lots to Democrats, and on top of that, however, yes, as Jeffrey G says, he's such a white boy. He is very, very white boy, and I just got to say, like, the idea of having the NASA administrator not be some sort of senior egghead, but being a dude who's a legitimate, accomplished badass is pretty cool. And he's a close friend and associate of, I don't know if he's a close friend, but he's definitely a respected associate of Elon Musk. So having the NASA SpaceX leadership be aligned that way seems like there's some pretty good utility in that. But yeah, we'll see where that goes. Okay, let's get some Keno. Let's get some Keno from the White House. Very interesting timing here. The White House has decided to join Blue Sky. And it's very interesting that they're choosing to do this on the eve of the No Kings protests. Look at this. From the White House Twitter account. We realized everyone over at Blue Sky probably wasn't seeing our content. So we decided to fix that. Here are some of our greatest hits, all in one place. Enjoy.
My fellow Americans, our movement is far from over. In fact, our fight has only just begun. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So with American pride swelling in our hearts and American courage stirring in our souls, I say these words to you tonight. We will make America
Daddy's home.
Great again.
Oh, that's beautiful. I can only imagine how they're seething. Add to this the reports that came out earlier today that there was some stuffy reporter. I didn't even see what the content of it was, but they asked Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, asked her for a comment on something like who authorized such and such, or who did such and such. I don't even remember what it was about. But they asked her for a comment on it and said, "Who did such and such?" And she said, "Your mom." And then they asked the Gigacon, and he gave them the exact same answer: "Your mom." You know what's funny is I was thinking about this earlier while I was taking a shower. Interesting. Mellon says Blue Sky just verified the White House account. They'll all bend the knee. Tikon says I was so on her, but that won me over. Yeah. I was thinking about this earlier, that sort of response it actually indicates just how close the White House is to us. Because I'm thinking about this, like, even if I was to go to, I don't know, like my dad who's very, he knows who Yarvin is. He's done a little Dissident Right deep dive. He's mid Gen X, very pretty decent representative of kind of like the not normie conservative, but normie conservative adjacent, who's kind of a little who's clued in a little bit more on some stuff, and I could even imagine him having a response being kind of like just being a little uncomfortable with that, like the other standards of decorum and professionalism and that sort of thing. So there's definitely a substantial contingent of people out there who are like, if I could imagine my dad having that response, I think he would just laugh about it, honestly, but it wouldn't be far away from him having that response. And I could just imagine that if he would be kind of close to that response, there's a lot of people out there who are very good-hearted, normal, even heritage American people who still have this notion of, professionalism and decorum and decency, and it's not good to see the White House behaving in such a fashion, and it's not, that sort of sentiment isn't going to last for a whole lot longer. But the fact that the White House is willing to behave that way shows that they are more attuned to the state of play and what time it is than the average normie. The White House's job is to bring the normies along with them while also pandering to us. So when they pander to us, you should realize that this is a very intentional thing. They have the same journalist fatigue that we do, even though the majority of America may not necessarily align in the same way. So they're having to bridge this gap between sending these little winks and nods over to us over and over again, keeping us, recognizing that there's some alignment here, while also being able to appeal to the normies. Another recommendation, go listen to the conversation that Orrin McIntyre had with the Distributist, Dave the Distributist, who was posted today. Recorded one, but he posted it today. Talking about the young Republicans text leak scandal thing, and then they talked about chimping and the utility of chimping. And, Dave is being his typical kind of, ever pessimistic, but Orrin makes a good case to him that the dialogue that we've developed, this interplay that we've developed with the administration, is what's beginning to replace. It's the antiversity, the replacement for the university consensus building mechanism that influences the elites. That we're beginning to replace that, and that the tactical chimping is part of that. And it was kind of funny watching Dave be, he just wants to be a 90s academic and just be able to develop his ideas and engage in dialogue and that sort of thing. And I absolutely love the man for it. He is one of the best of us. One of the greatest internet posters. His legacy will live on beyond him. But it was great watching the interplay between him and Orrin, as Orrin is like, hey, let me give you this white pill. It may not look the way you expect it to look. You have your West Coast blue state sort of academic sensibilities, so you're expecting the new consensus building mechanism to look like the old one did. It may not look like that, but we're winning. And one thing he said is that he said, he's talking about the chimping on Twitter and stuff, and Dave kind of pushed back, and he was like, well, we really shouldn't need that chimping. That chimping shouldn't be necessary. We should be sitting down and having the serious conversations with the actual decision makers and movers and shakers and stuff. And Orrin's response to him was, those conversations are happening. He says, I know for a fact that those conversations are happening. The actual thought leader, mover and shaker, implementer people don't care at all what academia has to say. They're not paying attention whatsoever. When they want new ideas, when they want something that breaks the mold, or they want something that's fresh or original, they want good insights, they're going to random Anon's Substacks or YouTube accounts. They're following schizo Twitter accounts, because that's where the fresh new ideas are coming from. We are ascendant. We are no longer dissident. We don't need to act like we're dissidents. We are ascendant. We are the ascendant right. The dissident right is dead. Anyone who identifies as part of the dissident right is engaged in necromancy. We are the ascendant right. We are on the rise. Those who are in power are listening to our ideas. And this has only just begun. What's up, Miles Standish in the chat? He says, listening to you at 1x speed is weird. You sound drunk. Well, I'm actually a little bit, starting to feel it a little bit. Let's see, this is a Dogfish Head 90-minute IPA. It's pretty good. I like IPAs, and I'm not ashamed of it. I just finished what is this? Goose Island.
Man is back, baby.
Tropical Beer Hug.
The white man is back.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
I heard an
There it
OBC
is.
stream where they had a Republican staffer. He said all the millennials and Zoomers get it. The boomers can have it explained to them and get it, but go to factory settings when they watch CNN. The times they are changing.
Yes, indeed. The times are changing. And, you know, some of this is stuff that just has to take time. It has to take time. In some cases, there's certain people who just need to die off. You know, it's harsh to say, but in some cases, some people just need to die off. And that takes time. In other cases, they just need to age out of their positions, and then the new people need to move in. But I think the issues we need to be prepared to deal with are not the issues of yesterday, where you're having to try to figure out how to get the boomers or the Gen Xers on board and try to get their factory settings updated. Like, that is a problem. That is something that does need to change, but that process is already underway. If we're looking to the future, the things that we need to start solving for are, what is it going to look like when you've got all of these Zoomers and millennials in positions of responsibility and power that they have not been prepared for? Apprenticeship, the concept of apprenticeship and patronage has been dead for so long, especially on the right, that we're going to have a lot of guys who get into power who aren't fully equipped for it. They're going to make a lot of mistakes. There's going to be a lot of bumbling around, which means there's going to be confusion, chaos. We're moving into a new age. We're not living in the age of everything is rigidly controlled and suppressed. We're moving into a new age that's going to be much more explosive and chaotic. And that's going to breed a whole new set of problems that we have to deal with. And we need to be prepared for that and starting to solve for those problems now, rather than trying to reactively solve for them after they're already being imposed upon us. We need good men getting into positions of leadership and power. That is it, most simply. Good men getting into positions of leadership and power. Thank you for the tip, Slosher. DHS has also created a Blue Sky account. Says, we're very popular on Blue Sky. Many people are saying, give us a follow at homelandgov.bsky.social. How the hell does a social media platform have a link format like this? Homelandgov.bsky.social. It's just so bad. So bad. They say, Patriots, we must work together and appeal to their patriotic spirit and ask for a hand in stopping the Democrats' government shutdown.
Would you welcome President Trump if he was debating joining Blue Sky? Yeah, Blue Sky's for everyone.
Sun is shining in the sky. There ain't a cloud in sight. Mr. Blue.
They literally posted a life after all criminal aliens are deported video as their first post on Blue Sky. Look at our institutional shit posters, boys. Incredible work. So good. Another story here. This is from Kelly Loeffler. Little white pill for you guys. The liberal media won't touch this story, but yesterday, Stacey Abrams' voter mobilization group closed its doors in Georgia for good.
The N-word.
Much like the Marxist organization BLM Inc., it was exposed for illegal activity, went bankrupt, and collapsed under the weight of its own grift. There is no way that that's accidental phrasing. This woman knows exactly what she's doing. Stacey Abrams' voter mobilization group collapsed under the weight of its own grift. Though it had little relevance in recent years, Georgia can finally close the chapter on false voter suppression claims and focus on delivering strong election integrity laws for law-abiding Americans. A once prominent political group founded by two-time failed gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams, who puts the goober in gubernatorial, is shutting down months after being hit with massive fines for ethics violations. How gratifying is it? How long should I make you guys look at her? Just look at her. Just stare at her. While I try to find the sound drop that I'm looking for. I can't find it. Oh no! Here, let's get this one in the meantime.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Okay, I still can't find it. Still can't find it. There's this one.
Shut up, silly woman.
Here it is.
Some of these women, they're so stupid.
Sorry for putting you guys through that. More big news. 2 prosecutors who were alleged leakers have just been fired from the Eastern District of Virginia by U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan and stripped of their clearances. Lindsay Halligan is the U.S. Attorney who brought the charges against both James Comey and Letitia James after they were being stonewalled. They fired the guy who was in her role and installed her, and immediately she brought the charges. Elizabeth Yusi and Kristen Bird were reportedly skeptical of the fraud case against Letitia James. Imagine that. Imagine being skeptical of that fraud case. It is so open and shut. It's so far beyond just fraud. They previously leaked to MSNBC per Julie Kelly. So this is Lindsay Halligan here. And speaking of Lindsay Halligan, check this out. Ed Martin, Eagle Ed Martin, American Patriot, posted this on 10/8. Good morning, America. How are you? Posted a picture here with Lindsay Halligan. And Hans Bonke here says, last time a U.S. attorney paid Ed Martin a visit, it didn't take long for good things to happen. Worth keeping in mind. And what do you know? Look at this. From Ed Martin, good morning, America. How are you? You know who this guy is right here? See this patriot right here? Quinones. Jason Quinones. District Attorney in, I think it's the Southern District of Florida. It's Pete. Pete Quinones is prosecuting the libs and you're blackpilling? You know, this Lindsay Halligan chick, she's got such a interesting body shape. Like, she's from like the armpits up, she looks so much bigger than from the armpits down. It kind of looks like someone took her her bust, not that bust, the other bust. Like someone took her head and shoulders off of someone else's body and installed it onto the body of a smaller woman. Very interesting. Yeah, it's an odd shape to say the least. She's a literal Barbie doll. Why is it she stands like Trump, like a centaur? Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what happens. But Ed Martin has been up to something. He says, I was honored as U.S. pardon attorney to have played a small role in the president granting George Santos clemency. Thank you, Mr. President, for making clemency great again. George Santos, this is from the president, a truce from the president. George Santos was somewhat of a rogue, but there are many rogues throughout our country that aren't forced to serve 7 years in prison. I started to think about George when the subject of Democrat Senator Richard Da Nang Dick Blumenthal came up again. As everyone remembers, Da Nang stated for almost 20 years that he was a proud Vietnam veteran, having endured the worst of the war, watching the wounded and dead. As he raced up the hills and down the valleys, blood streaming from his face. He was a great hero. He would leak to any and all who would listen. And then it happened. He was a complete and total fraud. He never went to Vietnam. He never saw Vietnam. He never experienced the battles there or anywhere else. His war hero status and even minimal service on our military was totally and completely made up. This is far worse than what George Santos did, and at least Santos had the courage, conviction, and intelligence to always vote Republican. George has been in solitary confinement for long stretches of time, and by all accounts has been horribly mistreated. Therefore, I just signed a commutation releasing George Santos from prison immediately. Good luck, George. Have a great life. Now you might ask, why would the president commute the sentence of this guy? This guy who's a bit of a clown, Definitely seems like he was probably guilty of what he was convicted of. There's a lot of reasons why. Number one, it shows the value of being loyal to the president. You could be loyal to the president and be a, let's say, non-traditional Republican. Yeah, an overweight homosexual, yes. And you will benefit. It shows mercy, compassion, magnanimity, and genuinely, even if he was responsible, even if he was actually guilty of the stuff that he was convicted of, the way he was being treated is absolutely appalling. He's being tortured, put in solitary confinement for months at a time is 100% torture. Being put in a cell with no window to the outside, no ability to communicate with anyone on the outside, locked in this box where it's dark half the day, that's absolutely torture. This is designed to psychologically break someone. So, the president is showing graciousness. And yes, Jeffrey G., magnanimity. Magnanimity. We are the most magnanimous. More traditional of a Republican than you would think. Yeah, that's a very good point. Yes, Bud Ruckus, definitely over-prosecuted. Mr. Stu says the dude knows stuff. Yeah, potentially. That would be very interesting. Tikon says, I met a guy that said he worked on Santos's campaign and helped come up with the fake Jewish idea. Oh, that's funny. But yeah, so it's good to see. Good to see that the George Santos, who has been loyal to the president, is being rewarded for that loyalty. And frankly, it's just, I don't want to see people being tortured. People who don't deserve it. There are some people who deserve to be tortured. As Stephen Miller says, torture is the, what did he say? Torture is the moderate option, or torture is civilizational, or something along those lines. There are some people who deserve to be tortured. George Santos does not deserve to be tortured. So it's good to see that he's out. And he may be now that he's out, he could actually be, I don't know if he's going to go the influencer route, if he's going to go the run for office route, but Trump owns his career now. He is an asset for good. And he's got that sort of, I don't know, having the chubby, sassy gay guy who's willing to say anything and doesn't really care who it offends, that can be a pretty powerful political asset, frankly. And so Trump now owns him. Yeah, we torture because we care. Torture is a celebration of life. That's what it was. Of course, Slutty Milk. Slutty Milk always remembers the Stephen Miller lore. Now, here is an interesting update. If you guys stuck around long enough last night, you got to watch the interview with Russ Vought and Tucker Carlson, where we saw just how much of a savage this man is. He is, what did I call him? I called him the Mike Vining of bureaucrats. Well, here is an interesting little what do you call it? A little leak, perhaps, a little giveaway as to one of their on the shutdown, one of their angles here. This is him talking on the Charlie Kirk show with Andrew Colvat.
Is there some special mechanism that allows you to do this during a government shutdown, or are you simply saying, hey, while everything's stopped, I'm going to turn my attention to this because...
It's a combination of both, in the sense that Congress is saying we're not going to fund these programs by not passing the Republican continuing resolution. So if there's no funding for these programs, then what would you have us do? Is it not to make an assumption that you don't intend to fund these in the future?
Right.
And so we're then doing the normal legal authorities that are given to us and our focused time and attention to be able to go after and prioritize the RIFs as opposed to the deregulatory agenda or any of the things that we're normally tasked with at OMB.
So RIFs here is reductions in force. So Awaken Outlaw says, there it is, folks, the loophole the Dems never saw coming. Sure, they're crying that it's illegal, but OMB, read here Director Russ Vought, has every right to do what he's doing. Unsurprisingly, yet another corrupt federal judge in California, Clinton-appointed Susan Ilston, issued a temporary restraining order yesterday, quote, in an attempt to block further layoffs, citing evidence they violate laws protecting civil servants and appear targeted at Democratic-leaning areas. There are also murmurs that Dems are also floating new demands that the Trump admin reverse all reductions in force as a condition for ending the shutdown. Suckers, you'll get nothing, and you'll like it. Oh, and Trump is a lock to win again here with the Supreme Court, which is great news because it will further cement the proper role and responsibilities related to direct oversight bestowed under the president by our Constitution over all things executive branch. The precedent will prove entirely useful. So thank you. That's right, you'll get nothing and you'll like it. Now, I mentioned this on the show last night that I'm curious to see, because here's a little spoiler for you. From the sound of it, let me back up. There's been this, a lot of people saying that the shutdown has to last 60 days in order to actually get the reductions in force, because with a federal employee, you have to give them 60 days notice. And I believe, based on what we concluded yesterday from a little interchange with Grok, that's not entirely accurate. In fact, after 30 days of government shutdown, there are furloughs that become, so a furlough would be like unpaid leave. After 30 days of government shutdown, 30 consecutive calendar days of government shutdown, those furloughs become reductions in force. Now, I don't think that automatically triggers. It has to be enforced. It has to be, they have to take that action. But also, if they have the cooperation of the Office of Personnel Management, which is run by, I forget the guy's name now, but he was a member of Andreessen Horowitz for 16 years. And Mark Andreessen has played a prominent role in Doge. So if there's an Andreessen Horowitz guy in charge of OPM, and OMB, Office of Management and Budget, needs to get the sign-off from OPM, the Office of Personnel Management, you could guess they're probably going to get it. So if they get that sign-off, then that 60 days can be reduced to 30 days. So these two things together, combined, lead me to conclude that they only need the shutdown to last for 30 days to start getting massive reductions in force that stick beyond the shutdown. My question, following on from that then, is how do the Republicans play both sides here? How do they say the Democrats are the ones shutting this down? This is a Schumer shutdown. How do they stick them with it politically while also getting it to last 30 days to actually get those reductions in force? And this may be one of the ways that it happens, whether the Republicans are doing this intentionally or whether they're having it done for them. If the Democrats are going to demand that the Trump admin reverse all reductions in force as a condition for ending the shutdown, well, there's another way that they could drag it out. No, we're not going to reverse those reductions in force. So it gets hung up, and they keep voting on it, and then it just becomes a political narrative battle. Yeah, Tikon, Trump is built for this exact scenario. Yes, they planned on this. They knew this was coming. They have had this baked into the Gantt chart. Shout out Tom Luongo. We'll get to him here in just a minute. They've had this baked into the Gantt chart for months now, that they were going to allow this shutdown to happen. The Democrats want the shutdown for their own reasons, and they're going to capitalize on the shutdown for their own reasons, for Doge purposes. Now, there are rumors that there is a bill the Republicans are getting ready to present to ensure that the main bill that they're working on is the continuing resolution, which is basically just saying all the existing funding that is in place right now, we're just going to have that continue.
Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Oh boy, we got gifted subs coming in. Tuz McGee has gifted 5 subs. One to Cheeky F Baby, one to Superior B, one to Ian Rhodes, one to First Citizen, and one to Fenris Unbound. Look at all these patriots here. Thank you, Tuz McGee. Very much appreciate you. And also Dave Johnson, if you're still here, thank you, sir, for gifting a sub to Ozarker Pleb. So Ozarker Pleb shows up for his very first live show, and he gets gifted a sub straight away. Doesn't the Lord work in mysterious ways? Isn't it wonderful? How about an Erica for all the new patriots?
Auf der einen blüht ein kleines Blümelein. Und das
Romans in the chat! Look at all those Romans. You know this chat's full of patriots. I'm so glad that I put that Roman emote in there. Shout out to let me make sure I give the proper credit here. Who was it that suggested that a little bit ago here? It was in the King Pill Discord. Yes, First Citizen. First Citizen is the one. He said in the King Pill Discord, he asked to get that the Roman salute emote, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to add that to Kick. And one of the best decisions that I've ever made. It's so useful, especially if you put it next to anyone's face. Do the Roman and then Tucker. Do the Roman and then the Giga Jew. It works so well. Do the Roman and Perry Abbasi, the alpha male. It's so much fun. There we go. The Perry one just kills me. You guys are great. What was I saying? That the Republicans are trying to put forth a bill, I think, that will provide funding for the military, and maybe for some other roles for other federal employees, and we'll see if that becomes if there's a fight over that. But I'm very curious to see how they're going to manage this once the Democrats get past this weekend. So the rumor is that they're extending the shutdown until this weekend so they can get their No Kings protest. And once they get past that, then they're working on getting some Democrats to vote in favor of opening the government again. But the Republicans need the government to stay shut down for a while longer to get some of these reductions in force, assuming that's actually the goal here. So they need to have a way to be able to both politically blame the Democrats for the shutdown while also maintaining the shutdown. And I'm very curious to see how they actually pull that off. I don't know. I've been kind of racking my brain to think of the different ways that they could do it. And I'm sure that they've got some sort of a plan. They've been planning for this to this point. So I'm sure they've got some way worked out. But it'll be interesting to see if they can manage this political narrative. Because really it's just a narrative game. They just have to be able to successfully drive forth the narrative that the Democrats are the ones responsible for the shutdown, and they have to be able to do that credibly, while also being able to obstruct it and ensure that the terms of reopening it are something that the Democrats are not going to agree to in a way that makes the Democrats look bad. So I haven't gotten a clear idea exactly of how they're going to do that, but I suppose by Monday we'll they have the No Kings protest tomorrow, and then by Monday the narrative is going to shift, and perhaps the Democrats are going to come back and be like, all right, we're ready to open the government again, and we'll see where it goes from there. Trust Plansar says, my mom just told me some Vietnamese chicks weren't at the salon where she gets her nails done. Another employee there told her they are on vacation, a.k.a. they got deported. Got what I voted for. Tuz McGee says, Matt, let me get the Discord link. The Discord link is kingpill.com. Let me just make sure that it's working right now. Kingpill.com. Whoops. Kingpill is spelled with 2 L's, just FYI. Is it working? I hope it's working. Yeah, there we go. A little slow on the redirect. But yeah, kingpill.com will get you there. And rumor has it that there's going to be another Schizo stream coming very soon. So stay tuned for that. Speaking of the No Kings thing here, I just got a source who told me about this. I'm going to tweet about this after the show here. Tweet out this publicly. But this is a thing for you guys to be aware of, and maybe you guys can clip this and share it out later on. Important information. At least one instance of a secretly Apple AirTagged No Kings protest sign has been found. It was noticed by an iPhone detecting the tag. So, and there's a picture here. I'll tweet this picture out later on. But there's a No Kings protest sign that had an Apple AirTag in into it. It's been cut out in the picture here. But they attached an Apple AirTag to the sign. The sign's it's got the crown. It says No Kings, Saturday, October 18, just like a yard sign. Someone attached an Apple AirTag to it. If this is being done on a mass scale, it could be a larger entrapment op involving law enforcement or a way for right-wingers to be tracked and doxxed. Please warn anyone you can not to take the signs. Do not take the No Kings signs. They may have Apple AirTags with them. This has been verified. I'm not going to say where it came from, but it has been confirmed. It could be really bad for our guys if it's being done en masse. So, and something to note here is that AirTags are not cheap. Especially if they're being purchased en masse like this. Which goes to show just how much funding is behind this No Kings thing. Yeah, it might be a bunch of geriatrics that show up for the first No Kings protest had a bunch of like nursing home. They literally came wheeled out of the nursing home for the No Kings protest. But just because it starts with a bunch of geriatrics, don't think that means that there's nothing to it. There is an insane amount of funding behind this, and it's absolutely going to escalate. This is a color revolution. We are in full-scale color revolution mode. And there's going to be psyops going all sorts of different directions here. So, definitely, if you see any of these No King signs, do not take the signs. Just leave them there. There may be some sort of an entrapment up here, and we do not want our guys to get sucked up in that. Yes, Bobby Ballbags, they did pick a color. They picked yellow. The color of piss. The color of cowardice. The knockoff gold, because they cannot help but to be trapped in the Dawn-electic with the golden man himself. Tuz McGee says, I hope you are proud I'm canceling my Game Pass to pay for the Discord server on the ammo budget. That's how valuable this band of patriots is. Sir, you, my friend, are an absolute patriot. I appreciate you. You're making a good decision. You will appreciate the group of people that you're about to come in contact with. Get in proximity with patriots, folks. And if you don't have any patriots to get in proximity to, go join the King Pilled Discord. kingpilled.com. Got a little bit of economic info here. Start talking about the LUONGO stuff. Before we get to that, Home Depot has started giving out free training to Americans who want to work in HVAC, carpentry, electricity, and construction. The classes are self-paced, and students will earn certifications they can use on their resumes. It's starting to happen. We're starting to see the turn toward the trades, training the workforce, training Americans, building future tradespeople. Path to Pro. And then here's this one. This is a big one. From someone who knows. We got a guy in the King Pill Discord who is aware of some of the inside baseball on this. TSMC in Arizona is hiring a manufacturing specialist trainees. A job at TSMC Arizona offers an opportunity to work at the most advanced semiconductor fab in the United States. TSMC Arizona's first fab will operate its leading-edge semiconductor process technology, N4 process, Starting production in the first half of 2025, the second fab will utilize its leading-edge N3 and N2 process technology and be operational in 2028. The recently announced third fab will manufacture chips using 2 nanometers or even more advanced process technology, with production starting by the end of the decade. If you like spending time on the computer, figuring out puzzles or games, and finding solutions to problems, then this could be the role for you. As a manufacturing specialist trainee, you'll help manage automated systems from your computer in the manufacturing command center or inside the clean room, also known as the fab. You'll be looking at multiple computer screens to make sure everything is running smoothly and staying on schedule. If something goes wrong, you'll help fix the issue or work with others to solve it. We will teach you how. You do not need experience for this, and they're starting at $50K. $50K a year. Yeah, shout out to our catch-up boy. They got 4 different shifts. It looks like schedules are 10 or 12-hour shifts that run on a 24-hour cycle. This would mean the shift would be 4 days of 10-hour shifts with 3 days off, or 3 days of 12-hour shifts and 4 days off the first week of the pay period, then 4 days of 12-hour shifts and 3 days off the second week, known as compressed work schedule. It also comes with medical, dental, and vision, income protection programs, 401k, paid time off, and holidays. Starting at $50K, no experience necessary. So if you are in the Phoenix area, there you go. This would be probably for the younger boys. I can't imagine that if you're older, if you got a family, you may not be able to even make $50K work. But for our younger boys, this is a very, very good opportunity. Now, I got an interesting thread here, a couple threads actually, from Tanvi Ratna. I've read some threads from her in the past. She's got some pretty good insight here. So she says, in June, I was the first to say Trump's Gaza Riviera pitch wasn't cosmetic. It was core to IMEC, an economic corridor to counter China's Belt and Road. Some called it a stretch, but the Gaza rebuild strategy confirms it. Gaza will be wired for investor-grade trade, not just rebuilt. She's got a graphic here, the Gaza 2035 regional vision, the IMEC bridge to the Mediterranean. While Iran spreads instability and radicalism from the northeast, the Middle East is pivoting south. Mega projects in Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and throughout the region. $1.3 trillion of rare earth minerals in western Saudi Arabia. Global trade and finance hubs in the UAE. Potential connectivity through the IMEC initiative. More on that in just a minute. Global tech and defense hubs in Israel. Gaza can transform into a Mediterranean hub for manufacturing, trade, data, and tourism, benefiting from its strategic location, access to markets, Europe, the GCC, and Asia, resources, and a young workforce, all supported by Israeli tech and GCC investments. For context, revisit my June thread where I linked Trump's Gaza play to IMEC's stalled spine. The corridor needed Gaza stable to restart. Since then, every move has aligned. Coalitions formed, plans advanced. It isn't just about the hostages. So here's her thread from June. This is during the 12-day war. Trump promised no new wars, yet his actions on Iran-Israel baffle many. Court then threaten Iran, ignore Israel in his Middle East trip, cut a deal with Pakistan over India, and a Trump tower in Gaza. DC deep state, or also Trump's calculus on a trade corridor rivaling China. She's got a graphic here of the blue here is the Belt and Road Initiative, and then the pink, purplish is the North-South corridor, established by a deal signed on September 12, 2020 by India, Iran, and Russia. Agreement reached between a group of countries at the G20 summit on a new corridor that will connect the Indo-Pacific region to Middle East and Europe has raised geopolitical competition that will be seen among different transportation corridors led by China and other powers. And then the green one here is the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor. And it says here, memorandum of understanding was signed between India, USA, Saudi Arabia, UAE, France, Germany, Italy, and EU. If the project is realized, the course between India and Europe will be cut by 40%. Continuing with the thread here. Beneath the surface of Trump's moves appears to be an initiative most still don't know exists. IMEC, the India, Middle East, Europe corridor, a trade corridor designed to bypass China and rival the Belt and Road Initiative. Unveiled at the 2023 G20, it stalled on Gaza. IMEC's route is straightforward. India, through the Gulf, through Israel to Europe. Its purpose: rail, road, and port transport, cross-border energy flows, and potentially undersea cables and data. Its ambition: create a mammoth new growth corridor powered by U.S. allies. But October of 2023 halted everything. The Hamas attack and subsequent Israeli campaign disrupted the Saudi-Israel normalization, the Gulf U.S. investment plans, Red Sea shipping lanes, and corridor design across the Levant. No infrastructure project survives open conflict. In this context, Trump's moves become legible, not as a doctrine, but as a pattern. Prioritize access, de-escalate flashpoints, keep pathways investable, even if it means breaking with old allies. This includes Israel. In 2025, Trump skipped Israel on his Middle East tour, praised Qatar, which hosts Hamas leaders, criticized Netanyahu's war strategy, and proposed commercial investment in Gaza. The message: if Israel obstructs regional infrastructure, it gets sidelined. It also includes Syria. Trump lifted sanctions on Ahmad al-Shara'a, a Gulf-backed Islamist once affiliated with jihadist factions. Controversial but strategic. Shara'a controls key land corridors, is backed by UAE capital, and is willing to stabilize transit zones. It's not about legitimacy, it's about logistics. In parallel, Qatar was elevated. Despite Hamas ties, it was given full diplomatic honors, consulted on Gaza reconstruction, positioned as a Gulf capital anchor. Qatar pledged $700 billion in regional investment. And then, Iran. In April, a nuclear back channel was reopened. In May, the Yemen ceasefire was negotiated. And in June, after Israeli strikes, Trump called for Iran's unconditional surrender. Contradictory? Possibly. But the goal may be simple: contain or collapse Iran to unblock corridor routes. If Iran falls, cleanly or not, it reshapes the region. Hezbollah, Houthis, and Hamas lose funding. Red Sea, Levant, and IMEC routes reopen. You bring a pro-U.S. regime and cut ties to China, and a large, energy-rich market opens and joins an already large corridor. Trump's engagement with Pakistan fits the same pattern. After the India-Pakistan conflict, the India deal got shelved, but Pakistan got itself a seat at the table. Because Pakistan borders Iran, ties into Gulf military cooperation, and supports the new Trump agenda with crypto. None of this suggests a grand unified strategy. There's limited evidence of U.S. agencies' coordination on IMEC. Gulf states, Qatar, UAE, and Saudi remain rivals as much as partners. But the Trump Tower in Gaza, it looks like a signal to gentrify and open up the region for business. President Trump's key negotiator, Steve Witkoff, suggested in an interview that the Gulf could become the next EU. The Gulf has clearly emerged as central to both U.S. and Chinese deals post-tariffs. Here's that clip of Steve Witkoff. And you should recognize, if he's saying the next EU, he's not necessarily talking about maybe what you and I might think of when we think of the EU. He's more talking about like a confederation, like a regional confederation of states, of cooperative states.
The Gulf Coast could be one of the most undervalued opportunities if we get peace and stability throughout the region. If we solve Iran and you can finance in that market, the Israelis are brilliant from a technological standpoint. They've got a huge technological base there.
Yes.
They're in AI, robotics, blockchain. That's where the UAE is today.
I know.
That's where Saudi Arabia is today. That's where Qatar is today. Can you imagine all these countries working collaboratively together and creating that type of market? It could be much bigger than Europe. Europe is dysfunctional today. Imagine if they became functional and everybody's a business guy there. One more thing, as a condition in that region, you have young leadership. You have young leadership in MBS. You have relatively young leadership in the UAE. You have relatively young leadership, new leadership in Qatar. People who don't have the old sensibilities, people who want to do business, who realizes, like Trump's way is people vote their pocketbook, right? So he wants to bring the bacon home to the United States. I think everybody's bought into that over in the GCC.
I agree. I mean, we're reverting to like human nature. People want stability and prosperity, for sure.
Correct.
It's interesting that he highlighted there the difference between the younger generations and the older generations. And I'd say, kind of reading between the lines there, what he's saying is the younger generations who are moving into power in the Gulf states are not radical religious ideologues. They want dollars. They want money. They're looking to stack assets, to build capital. They want to be much more normalized. And I think it's worth remembering that the Gulf states, which are extraordinarily wealthy now, were a bunch of basically a collective of desert tribesmen living at the level of desert tribesmen like 100 years ago. They've only just barely entered the modern world. So now you got this younger generation that's coming up that, you know, what he's saying here is this younger generation is they're not bought into all of the old narratives, really. They're not party to the old frame. They want to do business. They want, you know, they want to party, they want to make money, they want to capitalize on the assets that they have there. So they want economic stability. They want modernization. And this also goes to why they have so much respect for Trump. Young men love Trump. Doesn't matter what country they're from. Doesn't matter what ethnicity, what national background. Young men love and respect Trump. So you see when he goes over to these countries, he's treated like a demigod. They give him all of the honors imaginable. So he wants to make deals. They want to make deals. They're not beholden to all of these old ethnic blood feuds to the same degree. And it's sort of a similar way that you can kind of see a parallel to this in the United States. That the younger generations are not bought into the frame of the older generations. We don't care. Maybe it takes us a different form and it has a different ethnic and cultural focus than they do. But there's a big generational divide. And the way that things have proceeded through the whole 12-day war and then this big Gaza peace deal that Trump has negotiated, it really lends credence to this notion that the powers that be in the Gulf states are genuinely motivated primarily by economics. Yeah, Slutty Milk, they want more Bugattis. Yeah, and that's something you could definitely capitalize on. They don't want to play all the old radical Islamist, all these old British games, the British foreign policy, playing both sides against each other. Like they don't want to play all that game. They want to build big cities and drive Bugattis and have hot women and pop bottles of expensive champagne, and they're not ideologically motivated the way that maybe the previous generations were, for better or for worse. So it really stands to reason that they're just like, we want an end to all of this conflict and hostility and everything because it's really bad for business, which is just perfect for Trump. This is what Trump was put on this earth to do, is to negotiate precisely these sorts of deals. Logan, Texas says all the new guys are gamers. Their Steam accounts are public. Yeah, that reminds me. Apparently, Assad is a big gamer. Imagine being in the Call of Duty lobby and you realize that that the guy that's been no scoping you is Bashar al-Assad. That humble dentist. So continuing, actually, hold on just a second. Got a super chat here. Thank you, Tojin 1981.
Your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. Your leftist ass like corn on the cob.
He doesn't even say anything. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your contribution to paying the bills for my family. You are a patriot. Continuing with the thread here, the pattern is difficult to ignore. De-escalate Gaza, Syria, and Yemen, bypass uncooperative actors, elevate those who can fund or secure the new economic agenda, reposition the U.S. as infrastructure enabler, not occupier. It's less doctrine than drift, but a drift with direction. China has its own counterplay, expanding ties with Egypt and Iran, investing in Iraq and Turkey, and growing its development road via Central Asia. IMEC isn't a foregone win, it's one axis in a competitive map. To frame Trump's moves as purely chaotic misses a larger possibility. He may not be building a doctrine, but the pieces, energy corridors, capital flows, regional leverage, suggest an instinct. Secure throughput, ignore ideology, let capital do the rest. The next phase depends on 3 variables. And remember, this is June 18 that she's writing this. 3 variables. Gaza stabilization, Iran containment, and intra-Gulf alignment. Each is fragile, each is contested, but all determine whether the corridor becomes real or another shelved vision. And so that was her thread from June. Now going back to this thread from a couple days ago. She says Trump's Gaza plan centers on a $70 to $100 billion investor-led trust to remake Gaza into a secure trade zone. Backed by U.S. Gulf capital, it blends land tokenization, mega projects, and a trusteeship model to wire Gaza into IMEC, with jobs, ROI, and rare earth access in play. Here's the Great Trust, the Gaza Reconstitution, Economic Acceleration, and Transformation Trust, will fundamentally transform Gaza, spatial design, economy, and governance, and integrate it into the Abrahamic fabric and the broader IMEC initiative. A U.S.-led multilateral custodianship leading to a reformed Palestinian self-governance. It can start as a U.S.-Israel bilateral agreement taking control from Israel to the U.S. once Hamas is disarmed, and evolve to a formal multilateral trusteeship. $70 to $100 billion in public investment, triggering a $35 to $65 billion private investment. Funding covers all aspects, including 10 mega construction projects, humanitarian assistance, economic development, generous voluntary relocation packages, and a top-tier security. This plan does not rely on donations. Innovative funding model is based on a land trust and tokenization. Returns above a defined IRR could be reinvested into a future wealth fund for Gaza. The social impact over 10 years, 1 million jobs created, 250,000 direct plus 750,000 indirect. An 11x increase over Gaza's 2022 $2.7 billion GDP per year, which is $200 billion in cumulative GDP produced. 13K new hospital beds, 100% in permanent housing, greater than 85% of children in schools. Gaza's value at greater than $300 billion compared to $0 today. The financial ROI in 10 years would be $324 billion in assets, $37 billion in taxes, from $185 billion in revenue of investing countries' companies, $24 billion in direct revenue, with a total of $385 billion return on a $100 billion investment. The trust's annual revenue projected to exceed $4.5 billion by year 10. The U.S. strategic benefits. Massive money gains, accelerate IMEC, solidify the Abrahamic regional architecture, strengthen the hold in the East Mediterranean, and secure U.S. industry access to $1.3 trillion of rare earth minerals from the Gulf. Why did Hamas agree to a deal that strips its arms and leverage? Because the alternative was irrelevance. With leaders killed, casualties mounting, the ceasefire was a way to secure their political role. Gaza's governance will now move into an international custodianship. Governance framework and custodianship. For the first 6 to 12 months, it's humanitarian operations. Israel fights to dismantle Hamas. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is created to provide Hamas-free, secure aid and temporary housing. The GHF operates under a humanitarian mandate to secure its humanitarian operations and personnel. Hamas-free humanitarian transition areas are established. And the Israel fighting to dismantle Hamas phase could be skipped if Hamas agrees to disarm voluntarily. Year 1 would be transfer of administrative responsibilities. The Great Trust is created. GHF folds under the Great Trust. At the beginning of this phase, Israel transfers administrative authorities and responsibilities in Gaza to the Great Trust under a bilateral U.S.-Israel agreement. Israel maintains overarching rights to meet its security needs. Multi-year transition. That is a hell of a bullet point there. Multi-year transition period, multilateral custodianship. The trust governs Gaza for a transition period until a reformed and de-radicalized Palestinian polity is ready to step into its shoes. Ideally, Arab and other countries invest in the trust, making it a multilateral institution. Potentially, the trust authority is expanded to a formal trusteeship. Where this is like, you don't really get to see this sort of statecraft being practiced in the modern age. The formation of an actual polity. Obviously, there's many, many ways that this could go wrong, but there's also some very interesting ways in which it could go right. And the end state would be self-governance under the Abraham Accords. The trust will build local capacity for self-governance. Once Gaza is demilitarized and de-radicalized, the trust will transfer authorities to an independent Palestinian polity. Protections will remain in place to secure the trust's assets and ensure long-term stability. Potentially, Gaza will sign a compact of free association with the trust for long-term financial support in exchange for the trust retaining some plenary powers. The reformed Palestinian polity will join the Abraham Accords. So it's a variation. It's a sort of a two-state solution. Back to the thread. The rebuild plan flips the script. It uses investment to engineer peace rather than wait for peace to deliver investment. I think this is one of the most important phrases in the entire thread here. Using investment to engineer peace rather than wait for peace to deliver investment. To tap a $52 billion rebuild fund of conditional capital, Gaza must meet structural benchmarks in disarmament, governance overhaul, and economic zone formation. What's unfolding in Gaza isn't traditional peace building, it's economic statecraft. America and its Middle East partners are betting that capital flows can realign power more deeply than politics ever could. She's had some very insightful threads like this in the past, so I recommend, for interesting threads like this, go follow Tanvi Ratna. Tanvi, Tanvi _ Ratna, Ratna. She is a geocon analyst and engineer working on the chessboard between emerging tech, economy, and state power. And I thought she was an AI thing for a while, because there's a lot of AI ticks to her writing. I'm sure she's just using it to kind of refine. But she's done some interviews before. She's actually a real person. She's very well spoken. Superior B, hold on just a sec. Zoomer Dylan says, also making the Middle East a hub of capital would make the Muslims go back to their countries instead of being in Europe. That's a very good point. You give them no reason to be in Europe any longer, and give them a reason to go back. And so anybody who chooses not to go back is automatically identified as a bad faith actor. Superior B says Thomas Wichter talked about how Thomas Wichter reference, that always makes me happy, talked about how the Saudis are building casinos on islands that are Saudi held but not bound by Muslim law so they can do tourist things on them. Put a Trump tower on the Gaza Strip as part of this. Very interesting. He says, look at UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, etc., all building islands for people to do degen things. He says, when Thomas Wichter talked about all of this back in like 16 and 17, it's either something you realize and hold on to or don't believe at all. Yeah, that's a very good summary of all of Thomas Wichter's content. Mr. Sue says, if you rework the environment in a fashion that you won't have to live in Mad Max, then you won't fucking live in Mad Max. Go figure. Imagine that. Mellon says that makes sense. This also needs to happen with the internal migration in the U.S. The South is mad about Yankees moving in, but the only way to stop that is fix the North. Yeah, very good point. Yep. Okay, here's an interesting post talking about rare earths from Object Zero, and I did a little research because this is not my forte. I don't really know anything about this, but I did what little bit of research I could and kind of fact checked it a little bit, and at the very least, he is directionally accurate with this. He says rapid rare earth reshoring. Much of the problem around rare earth processing is entirely fictional. China's dominance in rare earths is not technological, it's merely environmental legislation arbitrage. The thing about rare earths that I've learned after listening to a bunch of stuff on this is that the rare earths are not actually rare. They're actually everywhere. The problem is that it's the processing that is it's very processing intensive to extract the rare earths from the soil or the environment where they're located. The West can almost immediately rebuild China's reprocessing capacity in a multitude of nearby locations. This is not the Manhattan Program. The advantage that China has is their reprocessing capacity. It's not that rare earths are uniquely located within China. It's that China has built up the reprocessing capacity that almost nowhere else has. So people mine all of these rare earths and then they send them to China for refinement, and that then gets shipped out and distributed from there. But they're all over the place. America has more than enough rare earths here domestically to satisfy all the needs we could ever possibly demand, but all the demand that we could ever possibly have. But it's the processing capacity that we don't currently have. And what he's saying here is that processing shortfall is almost exclusively just because of environmental legislation. It's just regulatory hurdles. What needs to be built? Hydrometallurgical lines, acid leaching. He's got some of the hydrochloride and some of these others here that I don't know immediately off the top of my head. I did when I was 18 taking chemistry classes. You can buy these over the counter. I have all of them at home. Solvent extraction trains, 50 to 100 stages. This is the only semi-challenging bit, but we already make these things. Precipitation and calcination furnaces. Where? Gulf Coast, Western Australia, and Poland. Established geographic diversity. Any shortcuts? Sure. Phosphate fertilizer plants already do acid leaching and can be retrofitted to crack monazite, which is a rare earth ore, and extract rare earth elements. With coordinated effort, the West could get to 30% replacement of China's rare earth industry within 3 to 4 months and 70% replacement in 6 to 9 months. When I went back and forth with Grok on this, Grok said it's a pretty aggressive estimate, but it's not totally out to lunch. And the goal really isn't necessarily 30% replacement of China's rare earth industry necessarily from America's perspective, because we don't necessarily need to be the global supplier of rare earths. That would be what this is. 30% of being like the global supplier the way China is. 3 to 4 months would be more than enough time to supply at least 30% of all of the rare earths that we would need here domestically for all of our production. And then 70% replacement in 6 to 9 months. And again, 70% replacement, not globally, but domestically, Grok said was totally within the realm of possibility. He said, we don't have to build what China built from scratch. A lot of the fear around rare earths is catastrophizing doom porn. We don't need China. He says, I checked. Here's the site to do it. The Lazaro Cardenas Phosphate Complex. Located in Michoacan, this facility was built to produce sulfuric, phosphoric, and nitric acids with an installed capacity of 1.2 million tons of phosphate fertilizers currently under redevelopment. This specific facility could be quickly converted to a hydrometallurgical site processing all the rare earths needed for North America. Favorable environmental regulations, deep water port, 400 kilovolts, acid leaching, solvent extraction, modular SX trains. It already has all the acid leaching and some solvent extraction facilities. It just needs a few calcination furnaces for product finishing. Pure cheat code. Could easily ramp to 25,000 tons of output of rare earths within 9 months. For around $800 million capex and scale linearly from there. Total U.S. rare earth consumption is around 16,000 tons per year. The U.S. could fund this under DPA Title III. We don't need China. Where exactly is Michoacan? Mexico, on the Pacific coast. There's a little geopolitical complication there. But here's a map. Rare earths aren't mined in China. They're just processed there. Distribution of critical minerals looks like this. Here's the global map of it. And someone says, what do you think the biggest obstacles to this are? And he says, lack of agency. Now, speaking of massive investment in such things, here's our first Luongo tweet. Now, he's quote tweeting this from Eric Doherty. Breaking. In another huge Trump victory, JP Morgan Chase just unveiled a $1.5 trillion 10-year plan. So $150 billion a year. A 10-year plan to finance and invest in critical American industries, including critical minerals, pharmaceutical precursors, robotics, defense, aerospace, energy, AI, cybersecurity, and quantum computing. JP Morgan Chase says it will directly invest up to $10 billion to help companies primarily in the U.S. in these categories. They said it was impossible in Trump's economy, but it's now happening again. This is what Jamie Dimon said. It has become painfully clear that the United States has allowed itself to become too reliant on unreliable sources of critical minerals, products, and manufacturing, all of which are essential for our national security. That's right, Slutty Milk. Thank you, Mr. Sue, for securing this massive $1.5 trillion deal. What an absolute patriot Mr. Sue is. And here is what our Spumoni American says. Mr. Tom Luongo, where are my Luongooners at? Luongooners, sound off in the chat. I need to get a Luongo emote. What should it be? Get like his face. We need a Tom Luongo face. Maybe a cigar. Should we do a cigar? Or should we do his face? Yeah, just this image. This is exactly what it needs to be. Right here. Hold on. Open a new tab. Right here. I'll get this done before the next LABE. There you go. This is going to be the new emote in the chat. For all our Luongooners out there. Yeah, perfect. He says, this represents a sea change in the attitudes on Wall Street, which has done nothing but invest in wealth extraction through real estate for decades. My call that this timeline we're on started with Wall Street and the Fed through Jerome Powell's self-tightening through the 5 basis points that changed the world is looking more and more correct by the day. To summarize that argument for the newcomers. So here you go. If you are not yet a Luongooner, if you have not yet taken the plunge, if you've wondered what the Luongo thesis is, here is your opportunity to be initiated so you can join the rest of us. In just a minute here, I'm actually going to be playing a extraordinarily epic Tom Luongo rant, so don't miss that. But here's the argument. Powell began the post-COVID tightening cycle by raising the reverse repo payout rate in June 2021 to domestic banks 0.05% or 5 bips above the Fed funds rate. This drained $2+ trillion from global dollar markets in less than 3 months. So June 2021, Tom Luongo raises the reverse repo payout rate, the reverse repo rate, by 5 bips. Tiny little amount, just boop. And it drained over $2 trillion from the global markets. These are offshore dollars, euro dollars. Yeah, E.R. Hank. The OGC Pony Express with Stormy Waters yesterday is great. Keep your powder dry, boys. If you want to hear an elaboration on this whole thing, and like you've heard of the dollar milkshake theory, and you want to hear that explained in a less wonky way, listen to the last, I don't know, it was probably 20 minutes or so of the OGC stream last night. Last 45 minutes. Okay, yeah, I was listening to it really fast. Did I say Tom? I meant Powell. It was not Tom. Tom's power levels are high, but they're not quite that high just yet. Sometimes I say things I haven't thought of yet. The reverse repo facility balance went from $450 billion in June 2021 to $2.5 trillion plus by Q4, setting the stage for Biden to fight his renomination into May of 2022. Powell's refusal to be pressured out of office had the backing of someone more powerful than the Biden junta, Wall Street. Here is where, if you've thought of Wall Street as being the bad guys, you're kind of missing the plot a little bit. Wall Street are not the bad guys per se. Wall Street are their own guys. And in this case, and many from a macro perspective, our incentives and Wall Street's incentives are aligned. Wall Street wants America to maintain its economic sovereignty. Why? Because America is where Wall Street keeps their most important stuff. It also happens to be where we keep our most important stuff. So, if Wall Street is going to begin to act in a sovereigntist manner to protect their own interests, we can benefit from that. Because in that case, our interests and their interests are aligned. Powell stayed, and the FOMC extended his term as chair indefinitely, and eventually Biden caved and put Powell up for reconfirmation, which he won in the Senate 80-20. SOFR, the secure overnight financing rate, began replacing LIBOR, the London interbank offer rate, as the pricing mechanism for global dollars in January of 2022. By June of 2023, the COMEX's Eurodollar futures contract ceased trading, replaced by the 3-month SOFR futures contract. This is the wonky stuff that most people don't understand, that most people can't wrap their minds around. I can barely wrap my mind around it. I understand the implications of it. I can sort of explain it from an overarching view, but we get down to the technical mechanics of it, it's mostly beyond me. But this is some of the most important stuff that has happened under Trump. It was kickstarted under Trump, persisted through Biden, and then has really come to fruition under Trump again. So, having LIBOR as the pricing mechanism for global dollars be sunsetted and replaced by a domestic collateralized rate is massive, because LIBOR is an uncollateralized rate established arbitrarily by overseas bankers. Anybody who wants to say that the American empire, that the American empire is collapsing, this is absurd. The American empire has not even controlled the price of its own currency. How could it possibly be an empire if it doesn't even control the price of its own currency? The price was being established arbitrarily by non-American bankers. The most important asset, the most important financial asset at least, the US dollar. The price of US dollars was being established by enemies of America until LIBOR was replaced by SOFR. Now, the price of dollars is being established. The price of dollars is rooted in American domestic demand for dollars. The overseas dollars, which outnumber the domestic dollars something like 10-1, that is, there is like 10 overseas dollars for every one domestic dollar, and they can be exchanged at par for each other. Which means if you have an overseas dollar, you can exchange it for a domestic dollar 1-to-1. This is massive, massive inflation of the dollar supply happening outside the control of the United States, wildly diluting the domestic dollar value. This has been happening for decades. Now, all of those offshore dollars are being obliterated. Now, America actually controls the price of its own currency. Powell then began his historic tightening cycle in March, and it accelerated into the fall. This is back this was in 2021, I believe. When did he start his tightening cycle? He's got his Tom's got his dates a little out of order here, but Powell then began his historic tightening cycle in March, and it accelerated into the fall, forcing the European Central Bank into yield curve control by July, known as the TPI, the Transmission Protection Instrument. The money in the reverse repo facility made its way into domestic money markets, which morons, i.e. zero hedge, called QE. This kept the money markets liquefied domestically, supported the T-bill market, which supported credit markets, while the global price of dollars choked off the offshore leverage, slowing global money velocity. In other words, domestic liquidity was maintained while offshore liquidity was evaporated, wildly slowing down the rate at which dollars were being exchanged overseas. Because all of those overseas dollars were all massively leveraged and there was leverage upon leverage upon leverage. You lend a dollar, and then you lend against that dollar, and then you lend against that lent against dollar, massively expanding the dollar supply. And all of this is just fake hypothecated currency, not backed by anything. All being done by offshore bankers diluting American wealth, harvesting American wealth to artificially elevate the wealth of countries outside of America, strip mining Americans. The American middle class is what has raised the rest of the world out of poverty to whatever extent they've been raised out of poverty. The only reason that anybody in Europe can hold any claim whatsoever to being a first world economy is because it's come at the expense of the American middle class. The American middle class has been bankrupted so that the Euro bros can pretend that they live in a first world nation. You may not like that, but it's true. This, in turn, spurred on de-dollarization, which was the intended goal. The goal of this whole thing was to get all of those offshore dollars to be divested. This de-dollarization is not something that's happening to America. America is forcing this to happen. You must destroy all of these dollars. These are unauthorized dollars. We're not going to have this tail wagging the dog thing anymore. Get rid of these dollars. We're going to retain control of our dollars, which means there is going to be a controlled international de-dollarization, quote unquote. It was the intended goal to finally end Triffin's dilemma, though. Again, morons continue to think this is somehow bad and that BRICS will dominate. Did I say morons? I'm sorry, that's unfair. I meant shills. During all of this, the Europeans committed ritualistic sacrifice of the euro by going to war against Russia and destroying any future where the euro would replace the dollar as the pricing currency for oil and gas, i.e. a petro-euro. The US dollar rose in trade settlement market share via SWIFT, the euro share collapsed, and the EU is now looking at having to default on tens of trillions of debt. But somehow the US is the one on the verge of default in the minds of these same shills? Good luck with that argument, folks. Now that that money is drained, and any more inflation from it is dead and gone, Powell can remake Fed policy by ending the 2% inflation mandate, which he's already done, and focus on the labor markets as his barometer for monetary policy. Now, he can begin the easing cycle Trump so desperately needs. And Powell will give it to him, just not as fast as Trump says he would like. Here's the TLDR. Wall Street, led by Diamond himself at JP Morgan, is backing Trump's rebuilding of the U.S. The Fed has shifted to supporting that rebuild by focusing on labor, and the U.S. is retaining the dollar as the world's unit of account without having to be the world's liquidity engine on their terms. So in other words, the world will still use the dollar as a unit of account, but they will not have free rein to blow out the total dollar supply at their own whim. If they want dollars, they're going to have to belly up to the Fed. And they're going to have to pay a higher price for dollars from the Fed than anyone domestically has to. We're going to have two separate dollars. We're going to have an international dollar that's more expensive than the domestic dollar that's cheaper. That is truly breathtaking. With that context, then, listen to this clip of Jamie Dimon talking about Mamdani. And after this, we're going to listen to this Tom Luongo rant. So here's Jamie Dimon talking about Mamdani, and everyone's really upset about this. Boycott Chase, says this poor woman. Here's Jamie Dimon is supporting a communist, they say. Here's what he says.
By the way, if he becomes mayor, I will call him and offer my help. Doesn't mean I'll agree with him. It may be that he asks for help in a way I refuse to do it. But maybe he's actually looking for help in things we can do, and we can help the kids in our schools, the crime in the streets, or something like that, or capital. We will help him. You know, I am a patriot. And I help governors, mayors, presidents. We help people around the world. A lot of you think, how can you possibly do business in that country? We're there for the country and the people of the country, not necessarily the prime minister or the president. And we're there forever. We're not there for, one thing. So I look a little bit at this more like real politics. Get involved and grow up. That's the role we got.
He literally says realpolitik. Like, how more obvious could he make it? He literally says realpolitik. Get involved and grow up. Here's what he's saying. He's saying, if this dude is actually elected and he is the actual mayor of New York, we're not just going to, leave New York. No. We're more than happy to help him out. How does Jamie Dimon help out Zohran Mamdani? Oh, there's all sorts of different ways that he can help him out. Yeah, Slutty Milk. He can just buy the mayor. That's what he's saying. He's saying, we're going to show up and we're happy to work with him. If he wants to cooperate with us, we're happy to work with him toward the betterment of the people of New York. What's the subtext? If he doesn't ask for help, if he doesn't want to work with us, we'll destroy him. Jamie Dimon is one of the most powerful people in the world. And his responsibility is, just because you get when you're at the level of someone like Jamie Dimon, just because someone elects a communist somewhere, doesn't mean that you just freeze out that entire market. You have a responsibility. It is incumbent upon you, as an aristocrat, to do everything you can to work with that market, to get that communist bought in with you to where you control him and you can leverage him. That's what he's saying here. This is not Jamie Dimon saying I support a communist. He's very clear that he does not support him or believe in anything that he has to say. But he's like, if he is elected, yeah, I'll work with him. Of course I will. What does it mean when Jamie fucking Dimon works with the millennial communist mayor of New York? It means, listen, Brownoid, you may have a lot of big ideas, but you work for me now. That's what it means. Base Greek. Jamie Dimonopoulos. Yeah, Blauvelt, be ashamed if you didn't work with us. You look at my Greco-American. All right. You guys ready for this now? Where are my Luongooners at? Let me see if I can, give me just a second here. I might be able to actually do this really quickly, depending on something. I might be able to add this, I might be able to add this, this emote here in real time. Let's see if I can do it. If I can't do it right away, then I'll just save it, but it's possible. Right here. And, oh shit, where did I save it? Oh, there it is. Damn it. Okay, hold on just a second. I can do this quickly. I promise you I can do this quickly. Convert WebP to, what does it want to be? I think it wants a PNG. Yeah, WebP to PNG. It's actually, the file's actually small enough, unlike some of them, but it needs to be a PNG. So let me do this conversion really fast, and then I want to make sure that you guys can post your Spaghetti American in the chat while we listen to the man. Coming back over here, upload from local device, downloads. Here it is. Luongo. There we go. We'll see if that works. If it's not, hopefully it's not too small. I can fix it later on and make it bigger if I need to. But, all right, now try it. You might have to refresh. I don't know if you have to restart the app or something to make it work. But see if you can post it in there now. I'm going to see if I got it. Yeah, there we go. It worked. Oh, yeah, Ian Rhodes. Pay and J. There it is. Yes. The Luongo Roman. The OG Roman. All right, here he is. So this is from BTC Sessions. This episode is October 14, 2025. Tom Luongo reveals Trump's genius trap crushes globalists. Bitcoin boom ahead. So we're starting at about the 27-minute mark, and we're going to go for about 20 minutes on this. Let me see what he was talking about just before this, just for some of the context. So, game board change, credit cycle, and tariffs. How's the game board change? We're a different portion of the credit cycle now. Different monetary system that we did for at least a different fiscal policy. We have tariffs bringing in, yada, yada, yada. Democrats come back to the table talking about the shutdown. Obstructionists working for Obama. The N-word. Traffic court judge in Maryland, you don't get to set foreign policy. It doesn't work that way. That's where we are now. And here we go. Actually, let's see here. What are we at? Let's go. We'll go 1 1/4 for now.
Continue to do what he was doing. So the Democrats get up every morning and they post some stupid thing on Twitter. Did you vote for this? And we're like, duh, yeah. No, we voted for more than this. It's been a little too slow, but we'll take it. Okay. You have no idea how angry we really are. And you're beginning to see it. So that's one. So then let's factor this in. Now let's bring that forward.
Can I just say, I cannot get enough of Tom Luongo. I absolutely adore this man.
Where we are with Powell. Powell held off cutting rates while Trump, lambasted him kayfabe style for 6 months. 2 reasons. The first reason was he was continuing to support Trump in his trade negotiations by creating a strong, by helping create a weak dollar and a strong, euro, yen, pound, and everything else, which then on top of the tariffs meant they were getting squeezed twice. So they were having to pay tariffs in a stronger currency. Like, it was insane, right? That's what.
Just to put a fine point on that, intentionally keeping the dollar weak but while applying tariffs onto another country is burning them at both ends. Because now they have to pay that tariff, and they have to pay that tariff in a currency that's stronger, which makes that tariff even more expensive to them. So anybody who's saying, well, the dollar system's collapsing because the dollar is weak right now, the dollar is intentionally weak right now. Trump and Bessent and Powell have been cooperating to intentionally make the dollar weaker to make the tariff regime that much more powerful, that much more impactful. Because now these countries have to pay these tariffs, and they also have to pay these tariffs into a weaker dollar from a stronger other currency, other non-dollar currency.
But ultimately, so Powell was supporting Trump with not cutting. Moreover, Trump hadn't put any wins on the board. From Powell's perspective, I went over this on multiple podcasts, but I'll do it again here. The June meeting was right in the middle of the 12-day war between Israel and Iran. Think Powell should cut 25 basis points at that point? Move to the July meeting. Hasn't cut a major trade deal with China, the EU, or anybody else. Now, after that meeting, right after that, the EU comes in and sues for peace. So, and then Powell, who likes to use Jackson Hole as a mechanism by which to announce fundamental changes to monetary policy, goes to Jackson Hole and said, hey, we're scrapping the 2% inflation target, which every idiot on the planet thought was inflationary because they all read zero hedge too much. Sorry, zero hedge, but you're wrong on this, and you have been wrong on this for a long time. Not everything in the world is QE. Sorry, I know it sells advertising, but it's bullshit, and please stop lying to the world. The 2% inflation target was globalist 101. It was put in place by Bernanke unilaterally in 2007 in anticipation of the financial crisis that they knew they were creating, so that they can inflate the global monetary system post 2008 with QE and zero bound interest rates in order to do exactly what they've done, which is to create unprecedented inflation in hard assets, real estate, stocks, bonds, gold, everything else for the last.
Cooper's in the chat. What's up, Cooper? Good to see you, buddy. This is a good opportunity to remind you guys that please do, if you haven't yet, contribute to Cooper's Give Send Go. It's pinned on. I've got it pinned on my X account right now. Real King Pilled. Go over there. Every little bit counts. Our poor King of the Zoomers is going through a rough time right now, and he needs some help. So if you haven't contributed yet, please do. Please go support the man. Help him through a tough time. Got his car totaled. He's got a bunch of medical bills. He's got a mass in his head, facing down the possibility of becoming even more retarded and having to pay for the privilege to do it. So please do go support our brother Cooper, as he is, Emperor Atreides. He is recuperating. And if you don't have any shekels to throw at the man, at least say a prayer for him and his family.
Last 15 years. They did it on purpose. It was just policy. The 2% inflation rule was a globalist best practice, right? They all do it. Everybody does the 2% inflation rule. It's bullshit. 15 years old, 18, 16 years old. That's all it is. Okay, 18 years old. It's bullcrap. Powell went going back to the dual mandate. And I'm going to focus on labor. Well, isn't that exactly what Donald Trump wants him to do? Which is to, push forward with labor, push forward with improving the plight of those that are working. How do you do that? And that's why Trump wants lower interest rates, because what he wants to do is, of course, bring Fannie and Freddie out of conservatorship, IPO them, overhaul their loans, the loan structure, get us back to the pre-2008 lending standards.
Here's where things start getting fun.
Suspend the rules. I'm telling you what they're going to do. Scott Bessett's already told you what's going to happen, which is going to declare an emergency in housing, hopefully while the government shut down, suspend Dodd-Frank so that we can start lending to the middle class again. Because the middle class can't, small business owners have an unbelievable capital requirement to get a fucking mortgage in this country, okay? And it's insane. And good lenders or good borrowers are being denied access, to reasonable credit terms against property. So to either expand their business or do what I'm trying to do currently, which is develop my second home up in Tennessee, and I want to take some money, cash out, remortgage on my house here in Florida. And I've been fighting with the bank for 2.5 months over credit. Like, y'all can see how much money I make on Patreon. And you're asking, like, how can I get denied? Why is this being so freaking hard for me to get, a freaking loan? Well, it's because any reasonable tax avoidance strategy takes your money off of your W-2 and sticks it on your Schedule K, and Schedule K income doesn't matter anymore. We're not allowed to use our Schedule K, income anymore. We're not allowed to classify our assets, our income as effectively dividends from our company, from our profits from our company, and in order to avoid paying self-employment tax. And because of that, I make $60,000 a year. Okay? Means
better than me,
which is insane, right? But my point being is that I make more than $60,000 a year. That's pretty obvious. Like I said, you can go to fucking Patreon, you can see how much money we make. And I'm not bragging here. I'm just telling you, like, I'm not running into problems because I don't have.
I went and looked, and on Patreon right now, Gold Goats and Guns is making like $28,000 a month. Now it's Tom and Dexter. I assume they're splitting that to some degree, but the business is making $28,000 a month with very minimal overhead. That doesn't even get into the investment side of things, and he's having a hard time getting approved for a loan because of this. Just because of this bureaucratic bullshit. Because of how much the mortgage market has been fucked over the last decade and a half.
I don't make any money. And I run an internet business. I got like no fucking costs, right? I granted to a microphone. I depreciate. Once this thing is depreciated, what are my costs to run this fucking business, right? So, it's like I'm like the perfect borrower and I can't get a freaking note. Okay? That has to end. So we got to recapitalize the middle class in order to get the younger generations to start thinking that they have agency in their future and have the ability to get a home, start a family, build a business, do the thing, build a middle class. Again, it's always just fucking commies. What's the first thing?
There's a drop for you. It's always just fucking commies. So true. So true, Mr. Luongo. Man, I really cannot wait until the administration starts really going ham on this, addressing the housing problem. When they really unleash Scott Bessent to address this housing problem and make it easier for young people to buy a home. Oh my God. And I've got some stuff on this in just a minute here. The H-1B connection to the housing market. I've got some stuff after this video. that is just, yeah. The anybody who's trying to handicap the midterms or the 2028 election right now without taking into consideration what's going to happen when they they're getting all the preliminary stuff resolved so they can actually address the cost of living problems. They haven't even begun to do that yet. When they begin doing that, making it easier, most foundationally, making it easier for young people to buy and own a home. It's going to be incumbent upon all of us to blare this from the rooftops, that this is what's happening. You, who felt like you weren't going to own a home until you were in your 50s or 60s, if ever, you now have the possibility of owning a home because of Donald Trump and his administration. You want to chimp? Chimp about that. Tell every single person you know that the reason why the young people actually have an economic future again is going to be because of Donald Trump and his administration, most specifically Scott Bessent, a great, glorious gigafag.
The communists trying to do? Kill the kulaks, destroy the bourgeoisie. What is the biggest impediment to a communist revolution? A fat and happy bourgeoisie making money, a middle class. We have to destroy them. They have to be struggle sessions to do, hating themselves and, cutting the boys' dicks off and everything else. We have to do this, because if we don't do it, then we're bad people. Like, what are you, out of your fucking mind? So this has to end. Okay. And this is what we're fighting. And oh, by the way, that means we're going to have to accept the fact that we're going to have paramilitary organizations like ICE and the military itself go in and wipe all these kids up that are running around in black bloc, being paid $20 an hour to protest on behalf of George Soros and the British government, whom he works for, by the way, and has always worked for, by the way. George Soros is a creation of MI6. Richard Poe, my friend Richard Poe, has the receipts on this, dudes.
Even when he attacked the pound?
What's that?
Even when he attacked the pound?
He attacked the pound in order to get rid of Thatcher to move them into the euro. City of London has never been for the British people, the English people. The term British, as my friend Ian Burlingame would put it, is that's a hybrid of the shitbag upper class and and in England, in the UK, plus the old, Dutch and Venetian banks and all that. It's that group. It's what I call Davos. It's the old banking cartels.
This is one thing that I've been working on is getting the term British. It's such a fake term. British is this artificial identity that they've created. Not British. English. It's an English civilization. We are English people. We are Englishmen. We're not Britishmen. Britons, I guess. I don't know. Britannia. Britannia, there's something to that. But Britain, the way it's commonly used today, is a fake identity. We are Englishmen.
Those are the people who ran the British Empire. And of course, Little England and Scotland and Wales and Ireland, they all got fucked. Same way that Mississippi got fucked. Same way that Ohio got fucked. Same way that Idaho got fucked. Okay? Same thing. Same way Red California got fucked. Okay? Same way upstate New York has been getting fucked for 100, 200 years. Okay? So understand that, that's the scenario. So in order to fix that, you've got to get housing under control. That's why Powell has to cut rates now. He's got to get mortgage rates down, but he can do so in such a way that he can create a domestic cost of capital that's far lower than an international cost of capital for accessing the dollar market by creating a bit of a wall. So we're going to keep the cost of buying Eurodollars high through tariffs and other means, but lower the cost of capital internally for the American people to get access to capital at lower rates, and then put Fannie and Freddie back on the market at better borrowing terms, which makes.
So this is really key. We're going to have a split. There's going to be a divergence here between the overseas cost of capital and the domestic cost of capital. And there's going to be so much hooting and hollering about this. Because for the first time in my entire lifetime, we're going to have an administration that is acting to promote the interests of Native Americans. I'm not talking about bullshit Indians. I'm talking about Native Americans. those of us for whom this is our home, where we were born, the only land that we are attached to, from which our heritage is derived. We're going to have an administration that is acting for our sake. And the entire chattering class is going to have one of the most epic chimp outs of all time over this. Don't listen. Don't pay attention. I'm sure there's going to be a doomer class and ostensibly pro-Trump, but Trump's fucking everything up because he's a Jewish stooge or whatever. I'm sure they're going to figure out a way to oppose this in some capacity. Maybe it's going to be that, I don't know, lib millennial college students are getting better access to housing or something like that. That is not a bad thing. That is a good thing. You want to de-radicalize the people who are prone to commie propaganda? Get them in a house and making babies. That's how that happens. So there's going to be an elevated cost of capital internationally and a reduced cost of capital here domestically. And they've got to thread this needle. It's pretty difficult because they've got to somehow bring asset prices down without totally freaking out the big moneyed interests and the boomers and the wealthier Gen X people. They've got to bring asset prices down because the housing prices are too high. Housing prices have to come down, but they can't come down too much. We also have to get wage inflation up. We got to get wages up. Reset them at a new level that's more closely, more directly applicable to the cost of assets. So assets got to come down a little bit, wages got to go up, and rates have to come down. But rates can't come down too much too fast. They've got to thread this needle. It's an incredibly difficult thing to do. And this is just within basically within Scott Bessent's purview. Not to mention all the other shit. It is mind-blowing what this administration is undertaking. I was sitting here trying to think the other day of who the most, I can't think of the exact word for this. It's not irreplaceable, but the most core, crucial, fundamental, unique, singular members of the administration are. That is, those who, if you were to replace them with someone else, it would completely change the structure and competence and trajectory and focus of the administration. And the first names at the top of mind for me are Stephen Miller and Scott Bessent. Yes, Slutty Milk, you and I are on the same wavelength. Stephen Miller, Scott Bessent. You could have another Treasury Secretary. You might even have another Treasury Secretary who's very good, extremely competent, great, but he's not Scott Bessent. Scott Bessent is uniquely qualified and capable and motivated and ideologically inclined toward taking on this project that he's undertaking. I don't know who I think there was a third person that I had in that category today. I can't think of who it was. It was not Vance. I was thinking about this and I was like, I could hear an argument for Vance being that, and maybe I'm a little too hard on him, but I would put Vance in the next category. It was Rubio. Rubio was the other one. Vote. No, it was Vote. It was Vote. And then Rubio, Vance, and I think Hegseth were the ones that I had as being the next threshold down. So you have you see the people do this with quarterbacks or whatever. You have the S tier, and then you have the A tier. I would have Vance and Hegseth and Rubio, I think, would be A tier, but I'd be willing to listen to arguments that they're S tier. Then Susie Wiles is one that I'm I don't know. I'd be interested to hear a case for why Susie Wiles is uniquely capable of that. RFK, yeah. RFK is another one that that would have a very strong case for that S tier. Absolutely 100% an A tier. But has a unique case for that S tier. Tulsi is another one. So you might have something like 5 people in this administration in the cabinet. You'd have Miller, Bessent, Vogt, Tulsi, RFK, and then a good argument to be made for Rubio, Hegseth, and RFK, or who was the other one? Vance. Rubio, RFK, and Vance as like singular. I'm talking about like people who redefine that office. That like going forward, the future people who will occupy that office will be evaluated in the context of that person. I think like Hegseth is one that I think there probably could be other people who could do what Hegseth does without really dramatically changing the ethos or the focus or whatever. But I don't know. Hegseth is I think people underestimate what a singular sort of dude Hegseth is, with his background, with his the fact that he's like a handsome, in shape, well-spoken, motivating, can connect with the guys, can speak to the he's got the media background. He's also actually got the service background. This is really just such a tremendous, extraordinary administration. And I do not have a theory of mind for the person who does not understand the glory of the administration that we're living through right now.
Makes it even easier for them people to go out there, get a starter, young people to get halfway decent jobs, get a starter home, and start the process of building a family and building wealth. Because the 30-year fixed rate government-sponsored mortgage is one of the greatest American inventions of all time. And the libertarians hate it when I say this, and the Bitcoin guys hate it when I say this, but it's true. Because the term structure of a 30-year note
This is where Tom is really starting to, as Slutty Milk said earlier, here's where Tom is really starting to sound more and more socially nationalist. Our guy.
An average net interest margin bank is too much risk for them to take at a reasonable interest rate. I was explaining this to Cedric last night when I was on his podcast, and I'll do a quick job of it here. You've probably heard the term 363 banking. Okay, do you know what 363 banking is?
Nope. Borrow at 3, lend at 6, golf by 3.
Be on the golf course by 3 o'clock. Exactly.
I'm glad you guys know.
Yeah, no, Gary, it's a classic statement. What that means is the borrow at 3 is that you're borrowing it from the depositors in the bank. You're going to pay you're going to pay the depositors in the bank 3%. Sure. You're going to lend at 6. You're going to take 3. They're going to get 3, and then it's nice and simple. It's a simple term structure, and then you're on the golf course by 3. Banker's hours. Have a nice day.
No, I got that one. I figured that out. But I do thank you for explaining it.
Audience, dude.
I know.
So
I thank you for that.
Not just for Gary, but for everyone else. For
I
everyone not
appreciate
Gary. Okay. Now, for a 5 or 7 year mortgage, let's use the 7-year mortgage because it makes the math easy. 7-year mortgage, that's a lot of cash flow. You got to put 15 or 20% down. You got to finance, that over 7 years, or maybe only put 10% down. And then you got to finance over 7 years. And now think about the amount of money you have to pay. FYI, at the same interest rate, let's call it 7%, 6%. Let's call it 6%. 6%, right? Your mortgage on a 30-year fixed rate note is X. If you want to pay that note off in 7 years, pay 2X every month for 7 years. So same interest rate, a 7-year note is going to have, say, a $1,000 a month payment, and the 30-year note would be a $500 a month payment. And so if you took out the 30-year note and paid it off $1,000 a month and applied the excess to principal, you would pay the note off in 7 years. If you don't believe me, go to drcalculator.com and do the math yourself. It's right fucking there. Now, I know I did this like literally recently. But here's the problem. You don't borrow at 7 years at the same interest rate you borrow at 30 years, right? Because the term risk to the bank, they've got to say to you, you're going to be in there for 30 years. Well, we need a higher rate than that because your risk of default goes up. So the 30-year fixed rate mortgage is not 363 banking. It's 393 banking or 310 banking. Okay. So at that point, any advantage of the 30-year note in terms of cash flow to the middle class evaporates to take the 30-year note, right? Because you're paying, your monthly cost is so enormous. Moreover, you now have to figure out how to utilize that capital and make 10% in order to offset the interest rate on your mortgage, right? You got to take the money that's left over, that little pile of money left over, and you got to make 10% on that. And honestly, there's so little money left over, you got to make 25% on that money in order to offset the cost. When you start to do the math, it's horrific. So it's a bad deal. So you're not going to do it. So enter Fannie and Freddie. What Fannie and Freddie say is,
so what he's saying here is that with that with the current economic circumstances, with that you have the 363 model of banking. You end up making that VIG. The financial institutions make that VIG for facilitating the mortgage, but then they've got to go out and they got to beat the market. And especially in an era of the dollar being as under attack as it's been, it's difficult to beat that market. They got to try to be able to make money on this. They have to be able to run a profitable institution in order to continue offering these mortgages, to make that mortgage available to the American people. And the mortgage has to be like, you need the cost of the mortgage to be low enough that the people can afford it, but high enough that the institutions can make money off of it. And that they can make money off of it relative to where they could deploy that capital otherwise. Like, they don't want to, there's like an opportunity cost thing here. It's not that they just have to be profitable, it's that they have to be profitable more than they would be profitable if they took all of that capital and deployed it elsewhere. So they have to be profitable beyond a certain threshold.
The following: Fannie and Freddie are just an insurance company. They just turn to the bank and go, look, we'll guarantee the note. Lend to them at 6. We're going to charge them $75 in insurance premium, or even $100 in insurance premium. It's going to go into a fund to socialize the risk over the 30-year note here. And the homeowner gets the 6% note, $600 a month. We're just using the math. I know that math is like ridiculously low, but let's just use that math, right? You pay $600 a month as opposed to paying $1,400 a month, and they can take that $800 a month that they would be paying on the 9% 30-year note, and they can use that to save, invest, start a business, this, that, everything else. And
so what he's saying is, if you have the role that Fannie and Freddie play by insuring the mortgage, is they facilitate the ability to charge a lower rate, but have the mortgage company or the financial institution still be able to be profitable, because they know that when they have the bad loans, Fannie and Freddie are going to cover the cost of those bad loans, which allows them to continue to lend at those lower rates. Because if they were to charge a higher rate, then the mortgage would become that much more infeasible for the average person to take on. Like, the difference between, again, he's using fake numbers here, but the difference between a $600 and a $1,400 mortgage is substantial. That extra $800 a month that you would be paying towards your mortgage, if you get a lower interest rate, you could divert that $800 to all sorts of different things. All of that money goes into the community and gets spent, whether it gets saved or spent or invested or wherever it goes all over the place, rather than being locked up in this one single industry, just in the cost of housing. So having Fannie and Freddie as this institution that insures that mortgage, that allows the lender to lend at a lower rate, enables you to keep the rates lower so that people can afford it, while also unlocking all of that additional capital to be spent elsewhere. That's the role that Fannie and Freddie have played. This is the magic of the 30-year mortgage, the American instantiation of the 30-year mortgage, prior to, as he's going to explain here, prior to the communists coming in and destroying it.
And they can use that, then all they have to do is beat 6% in the market. Which, when you know that the S&P 500, with dividend and reinvestment and even 6% is not hard to do. Moreover, Fannie and Freddie then bundle up all these mortgages, create a mortgage-backed security, and sell part of the cash flow on that mortgage, which also further offsets the risk of the bank to the insurance companies, the pension funds, to shareholders in Fannie and Freddie and everybody else. And so what they do is they actually slice up the thing. You're not going to get them note to 6%. You're going to get them note 6 3/4 or whatever, right? Yeah. 6 7/5 or whatever it is. Like, it's not going to be 9, but it's going to be much lower. And then those extra 75 or 100 basis points that you would have paid if it was a 7% note get sliced up across the entire system and securitized.
So then Fannie and Freddie's business model, while they're insuring those loans, they're going to take those loans, package them up, turn them into mortgage-backed securities that create a cash flow thing for other investors to invest in. So they're socializing the risk in all of this. And here's where the libertarians chimp. The libertarians are like, socializing risk, individualism, This is why libertarians are the L in LGBT. Here's where Tom is starting to sound much more socially nationalist. The fact that you have an institution like Fannie and Freddie who can do that, who can provide this service and then socialize that risk minimize the potential damage or potential fallout, which is what allows the mortgage companies to offer these loans in the first place, so that people can get them, so that people can get into houses, so that people can have babies, so that people can get cheaper mortgages, so they can use that difference to go spend on investing here or starting a business or expanding their property or whatever other thing they're going to put that money toward. This is a key plank in the growth and prosperity of the American middle class, which is why it was targeted for destruction.
And the entire country, the community, benefits. You can buy whole life insurance at this policy rate because you're actually getting a payback on the note. You're actually getting a rebate on the interest you paid on the note on your own house, and it's going to your insurance company who then invests in this and blah, 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 blah. And everybody's reinvesting that money, in the way that makes sense to them. And it's not just you and the bank. It's now the community at large building the network. But it had to have a government guarantee that goes behind it. Sorry, folks. That was the only way it was ever going to go. And, because that was the only one who would have the ability to have the cash flow and everything else to get it done. So there's an implicit bailout provision within Fannie and Freddie. Now, the problem is, of course, everybody, I'm saying all of it.
So, the only way that works ultimately, when you hit the cases at the margin, which are what are going to define the rule. Everything at the margin is what will ultimately define the rule. Is if there is a government guarantee on that. Because ultimately, Fannie and Freddie are going to serve as the ultimate backstops of those mortgages, of the mortgage issuance. Well, who backstops Fannie and Freddie? Well, the government is going to backstop Fannie and Freddie. And this is, you can spurg out into libertarian theory and talk about moral hazard and all of that all you want. But this is a reality of the market and living in a society. In case you didn't know, we live in a society. And the benefits that we accrue from the existence of this 30-year mortgage system, this distinctly American 30-year mortgage system, with Fannie and Freddie insuring it, with the government implicitly guaranteeing, backstopping that guarantee from Fannie and Freddie, the benefits we accrue from that outweigh the risks, as long as you don't have subversive communists coming in and turning the system against itself.
This, right? And everybody's going to now flash back to 2008 when you realize that Fannie and Freddie were not the problem in 2008. It was AIG that was the problem, and Fannie and Freddie were made to pay the price, and Obama stole Fannie and Freddie. Obama, Geithner, and Hank Paulson stole Fannie and Freddie. Put it in conservatorship, stole all the friggin' money, took an 80%, forced the companies to take give the government an 80% share in the friggin' companies, and then left them in conservatorship for 17 years while they're making money hand over fist, which then goes into the general fund and it was used to pay for Obamacare. It's just disgusting. They stole the money from the shareholders. Listen to Trump's talking points on this. They stole the money from the shareholders. They stole the money from everybody. They just ripped off hundreds of billions of dollars and then used it to bail out AIG. And, because Hank Paulson refused to bail out Lehman Brothers. Because, he's Goldman Sachs. This is so much of what went on there. You go back and you look at what was actually done. You realize that it was all a fucking globalist operation to destroy the U.S. fixed rate, government-sponsored 30-year mortgage, which was the engine of growth for the middle class in the United States.
Yeah, Mr. Sue says, but there is enough cash flow from the MBS, Fannie and Freddie sell. There's no need for a government bailout. Right. And that's the thing, is that Fannie and Freddie, there was nothing wrong with Fannie and Freddie. The whole system was working just fine. They never needed to be bailed out. The 2008 financial crisis was not because of housing. That's the fake reason that was given, so that precisely for what he's describing here. They basically faked a housing crisis so that they could rob these extraordinarily profitable countries. The whole system was working great. Yeah, there was fraud, there was bad mortgages, nothing to break the system. The whole thing was working great. But because it was so profitable, here was an opportunity where they could step in and they could siphon away all of that profitability and use it to fund Obamacare.
So what we wound up with was 20% down. Can't use your books if you're a small business owner. You got to use your tax returns, blah, 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 all this bullshit. Why? To deny us access to capital, while they then went to the zero bound, jacked up the fucking cost of housing to AIDA, so that the average millennial now needs income times, is staring at a starter house that's income times 5 in value as opposed to income times 3, right?
Yep.
Meaning you make $50,000 a year, you can afford a $150,000 house, right?
Yep.
You make, combined together, you and your wife, you make $90,000 a year, you can afford a $270,000 house. But no, they can't. They're not making 90 grand a year. They're making fucking 75 grand a year. And a starter home in a decent neighborhood is 350 grand. So now it's income times 5. And the houses, and if they're in their 40s and they've got 2 kids or 3 kids and they want to move up to a bigger house, now it's income times 9. How are they going to afford this?
Meaning income times 9 means like if you're making $100,000 a year, that the median house for your demographic is going to be $900,000. In some places in the country, it's even more than that. $900,000 might be like a decent home in, I don't know, like Seattle or maybe parts of maybe like New York, Massachusetts, something like that. I'm not totally sure about those markets. In some parts of Southern California, to get a decent, like, I don't know, a 4x2.5 with like a decent little backyard, it's like $1.5 million. So if you're going to get that income times 3, where, you have you're making $50,000 a year and the house costs $150,000, like, the boomers talk about in the 80s, the way things were for them, then, or it wasn't even that long ago. It was like 2000 maybe, where you can make $50,000 a year and a new house, a nice, decent 4x2.5 in a good neighborhood might be $150,000, $200,000. So it's like income times 3.5. Now, the equivalent for that is you've got to be making like $500,000 a year as a household. I remember when people first started talking about the six-figure income, when that first became a thing, the six-figure income, it was back in the mid to late 80s, basically around the time I was born. The equivalent purchasing power now is like $450,000. So what $100,000 bought you when I was born would now require like $500,000.
They're not. That was the point. The point was to destroy our ability to get into homes, because the goal, and then sell all those fucking houses to goddamn BlackRock and Blackstone and Vanguard and State Street and move the rest of us into 15-minute colleges living in communist shitholes like New York. So that they can have their you will own nothing and be happy bullshit. This is their fucking plans, dude. And this is I'm more and more convinced every fucking day I get up. I look at this and I'm like, oh God, that's why Trump was barred from firing Mel Watt at the FHFA in his first term by the Supreme Court, who refused to leave. Trump wanted to fire him, and Trump couldn't fire him because the Roberts Court at that time would not allow Trump to execute his Article 2 powers. It ain't 2017 anymore, folks. And Watt kept Fannie and Freddie in conservatorship the entire time. The only thing Trump could do was get rid of the net sweep, net profit sweep of Fannie and Freddie into the government coffers. And so for the last 8 years, Fannie and Freddie have been building a massive capital base.
Listen to when he starts going into just how absurdly profitable Fannie and Freddie have been.
Within the company, $140, $150 billion in free cash flow just sitting on their accounts in T-bills, for fuck's sake. This company, the two of them together make $29 billion a year. They're the 9th most profitable company in the world, run by moron government apparatchiks making $200 grand a year. If they were actually run by professionals who knew how to run a mortgage company, this company could make $70 billion a year and be the most profitable company in the world just servicing American mortgages. Now imagine if you open up...
Just servicing American mortgages. $70 billion a year just servicing American mortgages. Actually making housing accessible to the middle class again, while also being tremendously profitable. And then listen where he goes with this. In true Luongo fashion.
A year and be the most profitable company in the world just servicing American mortgages. Now imagine if you open up Fannie and Freddie to help bail out fucking Canada from Mark Carney. Or the north of England and the Midlands and those poor starving fucking farmers who are starved of capital and everything else. That's what Trump's plan is. Now, if you're the fucking king of England and you're Davos, you know goddamn well that you can't let that happen. Moreover, once it all starts to happen, once it all happens, then all of what happened comes to light, and Obama swings from the fucking rooftops, from the gallows over the Washington reflecting pole, which is what he should do.
Do you think they're actually going to go after him?
I think that's everything Trump is doing is to go after Obama. I'm not kidding. And I know that, goddamn, if I was president, that's exactly what I would be doing. And I would be coldly calculating with my consigliere, Stephen Miller, to figure out the order of operations to get this done. And if you watch really carefully, it's pretty obvious that Stephen Miller runs the Gantt chart at Trump 2.0, and it's being run up in opposition to the Gantt chart over Evil Corp Central, Davos, whatever you want to call them, over there. And two of them are clashing, and every day, Miller runs an operation, and they're having to move stuff over here. And they're responding to them. As far as I can see, again, this may be my fan fiction, folks, but this is what I see. And, I'll put my analysis up against anybody else's. I see that the Trump administration has control of the operational tempo, not Davos. And everything that Davos and the British or whomever are doing is all rearguard action and reactive play. And every Thursday, Trump resets the friggin' media cycle and moves us on to a different story, and then lets them figure out what to do over the weekend, and then he moves the story again next week. He's been doing it masterfully every week since he was reelected. That goes back to the transition. It's been masterful. And you can say what you want about Donald Trump, but you're going to say that he's not a master of media? You're going to deny him that too? Really? Okay. If you want to do that, I know you guys don't want to do it because of the royal you. There are people in this audience. There are going to be people in this audience who don't want to believe a word that I'm saying because they want to believe that Donald Trump is an idiot, because they want to believe they're the smartest guy in the room, because that's how libertarians go to cry themselves asleep at night at this point. Sorry, folks. That's the way I feel. Having run into this over and over and over again, I'm done. I'm over. We're in a foxhole. This is a war. You're in a foxhole. There are no libertarians and no atheists in a foxhole. Sorry. Put the non-aggression principle aside, or say whatever you have to do in order to make your peace with it. But every day you get up, when you get out of bed in the morning, and you're paying property taxes to the fucking king, I got news for you, folks. You've already been aggressed. You have every goddamn right to pick up a rifle and start, metaphorically speaking, in Minecraft, and go after these people.
All right, that's it keeps going. It's so good. It's so good. That's at the 50-minute mark in a 2-hour interview. It's so good. If that was your first exposure to Tom Luongo, then you're welcome. You are welcome. Tom fed post Luongo. Yeah. Spudrucka says healthcare is a joke. My husband makes good money, and to add me to his policy would cost $1,000 a month. I'm a 45-year-old woman. I haven't had an exam in 5 years. I'm good, but that can't last forever. Just riding with Jesus for now. Yes. This is one thing I was talking with Cooper about the other day. Cooper has he's got his employer. His employer pays for his health insurance, and then he himself has to pay $200 a month into it, and they have an absolute bitch of a time finding any doctors who are in network. They're not totally out in the boonies. They're really not out in the boonies at all. They're kind of in a small town that's next to a much larger town that is not that far away from a bunch of really large towns. But he has a really hard time finding anybody who's in network. He has to pay an extra $200, $300 a month for it. And then he has to spend something like $12,000 a year or something like that before insurance will cover anything. So think about that. He's paying out of pocket something north of $15,000 a year before insurance covers anything. It's insane. I just saw something recently that the Obamacare stuff is expiring with the government shutdown, and there was someone who their premium is I don't know, it must be some sort of subsidized government like Medicare or something like that. It's $51 a month, and it's expiring, and it's going to go to $2,300 a month. $2,300 a month for health insurance. Absurd. Completely absurd. You're so much better off just cash paying everything. There's virtually, there is no health insurance anymore. There's just catastrophe insurance. The health insurance market has been completely destroyed. And what Tom just laid out there is how Obama and his masters, fucking J.B. Pritzker, and the high table, the Davos high table, they destroyed the American mortgage so that they could destroy the American health insurance market. hanging is merciful for these people. So many lives that have been just completely destroyed. Millions and millions of lives, totally needlessly destroyed. An entire generation bankrupted by these fucking people. These people are sick.
I've got an idea. Why don't we just kill him?
So, Trump posted this just recently. We give them billions. Look at these builders. Lennar Homes, $8.8 billion, 520,000 empty lots. D.R. Horton Homes, $7.3 billion, 456,000 empty lots. Pulte Homes, $5.5 billion, 149,000 empty lots. And so on. All the way, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different builders here. A total of almost $32 billion to sit on. I mean, what is this? Something like 1.5 million empty lots that they're just sitting on. Endgame Macro says what Trump is doing is laying the groundwork for a major shift in how housing policy could be framed and financed. The post looks like a populist swipe at corporate welfare, suggesting that giant home builders are being handed billions while ordinary Americans can't afford homes. But underneath that, he's likely setting the stage for something much bigger. This kind of messaging usually comes right before a policy move. By highlighting how Washington props up a few massive builders, he's positioning himself as the guy who's going to clean it up. But that doesn't mean tearing the system down, it means rebranding it under his own banner. Think back to how he handled manufacturing and semiconductors. He criticized the old system for enriching elites, then turned around and created America First industrial policies that funneled government support into new deals framed as national projects. This housing message feels like a preview of that same playbook. Criticize the current setup, then rebuild it under a patriotic housing plan focused on affordable homes, veterans, or the middle class. In reality, this is about redirecting control. By calling out the link between Fannie Mae and major builders, Trump's hinting that he wants to reshape that relationship, turn it from a quiet financial pipeline into a visible political instrument. Instead of builders quietly benefiting from GSE-backed liquidity, they'd become part of a visible national housing initiative led by the administration. That gives Washington more leverage and gives Trump a populist narrative, reclaiming housing finance for the people, even though it still runs through the same corporations. And the timing makes sense. Home affordability is collapsing, mortgage rates are stuck high, and builder stock prices are wobbling. The sector is too big to let fail, but too politically sensitive to bail out openly. So the smart move is to frame a rescue as reform, turn a financial backstop into an economic revival plan. So when Trump says we give them billions, he's not just attacking, he's setting up the justification to repackage those billions under his own program, one that looks populist on the surface, but ultimately consolidates control over housing policy, financial flows, and the construction pipeline. It's the same formula every time. Expose the system, rile people up, then take ownership of it under a new name. Kind of like when the federal government took a 10% stake in Intel. And how did they do that? Well, Intel was going to get these billions of dollars in grants, and Trump's like, well, why don't we just convert that into stock? And we'll put that in the sovereign wealth fund. So we were going to give you these billions of dollars for free. Now we'll just take 10% of the company and hold it in the name of the American people. I had something saved on this the other day and I didn't end up bringing it up, but they've made some rather remarkable amount of money on that investment just in a short period of time. Very Listian, you might say. Friedrich List. Every day we edge a little bit closer to social nationalism. Slutty Milk. First black president, and he just stole from every American. Classic.
The N-word.
Then let's see. What do we got here? Oh, yeah, this is a... You guys mad yet? You want to get a little more mad? Look at this. FHA loan locks to immigrants without permanent residency, including H-1B visa holders. This is the percent share of FHA loan locks. So this is FHA receipt, like accepted applications. This is FHA. So this is like the way for people without a lot of means to access home ownership. It's much more flexible in terms of credit, more flexible in terms of down payment, only 3.5% versus, 5 to 20%. Look at this. It was mostly right a little bit above 1%. So immigrants without permanent residency, including H-1B visa holders, hovered right around 1.5% of American mortgages or FHA mortgages, going back to February of 2018. So, any is too many, but 1.5%, okay. Now, when does it start climbing? July? Is that July of 2020? All the way up to peaking over 6%. Over 6% of FHA mortgages were being issued to immigrants without permanent residency, including H-1B visa holders. This is the way to access home ownership for Americans of low means. And over 6% of them were going to illegals. Effectively. H-1Bs, illegals. We're just gonna lump them right in there. And then look at this. Per the Trump administration, per HUD, they banned this. June 2025, first full month after the FHA ban, which was effective May of 2025. First month, dropped down to what is this, like 0.6%? And then completely minimized. Remind me, this administration isn't doing anything? This administration isn't serving the American people? How are you going to sell that to me? Luongo says, there goes your housing is unaffordable in America problem. This is the most important chart in the U.S. today, bar none. Free Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Recapitalize the middle class. Free the kulaks. And as the kids today say, let's fucking go. And then, sorry, we got to rage bait a little bit more. This is the United States illegal alien industry under the Biden-Harris terrorist administration.
Loves to fact check. So why don't we take a moment and hear some cold, hard facts. Fact number one, under the Biden administration, more than 1 million illegal aliens received Medicaid benefits. Fact number two, in fiscal year 2024 alone, over 2 million illegal aliens were given Social Security numbers. Fact number three, a 2023 study showed that the net cost of illegal aliens to the American taxpayer was at least $150 billion annually. Fact number four, states are still having to bear the financial burden of Biden's border crisis. Texan taxpayers have to shell out $8.88 billion a year to pay for the illegal aliens who invaded their state. For Californians, it's almost $22 billion. By the way, fact number five.
Over $30 billion paid by Californian and Texan residents combined for illegal aliens. $30 billion! Remember, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac collectively together are generating $29 billion a year in revenue while being mismanaged. Same number being paid by American taxpayers in just California and Texas alone for illegal aliens.
In some states, it's a complete affront to citizens. I'm talking about where illegal aliens can get mortgages, bank loans, insurance, driver's license, in-state college tuition, and free health care. For illegal aliens, the U.S. has been an all-you-can-eat buffet, but the American taxpayer and innocent women like Lakin Riley, Jocelyn Nungare, and Rachel Morin have paid the full price of the left's open border agenda. It's time to turn off the faucet permanently. American taxpayers shouldn't have to fund their own demise, paying for government programs that actually encourage an invasion.
More than 1 million illegal aliens received Medicaid. In 2024, bullet point 2. In 2024, over 2 million illegal aliens were given Social Security numbers. Bullet point 3. The net cost of illegal aliens to the American taxpayer is at least $150 billion annually. $150 billion. I'm kind of curious. I'm going to look something up here real quick. Calling it audible. In what year was the U.S. federal budget $150 billion? Curious to see how far back this is. When the entire federal budget was $150 billion. Here you go. So, the net cost of illegal aliens to the American taxpayer is at least $150 billion annually. You ready for this? Give me, before I read this, before I tell you what year, give me some guesses. Give me some guesses in the chat. There's a specific fiscal year where U.S. federal budget outlays were $157.5 billion. What year do you think it was? 1970, 1914, 1880, 1971, 1960, 2008, 1955, 1913, 1994, or 1929? Okay, so the very first guess here, Slosher, said 1970. Answer, 1967. The U.S. federal budget outlays for fiscal year 1967 were $157.5 billion. The year before my dad was born, the entire federal government was funded by what American taxpayers are paying for illegal aliens. $1967. Not even 60 years ago. The entire federal budget, every single aspect of the federal government, was funded by the same amount that is today being spent annually for illegal aliens. Yeah, trust plans are, we're funding a whole country that hates us. Here's Luongo. Couple bullet point number 2, which was in 2024, over 2 million illegal aliens were given Social Security numbers. Couple bullet point number 2 with my tweet from this morning about H-1Bs getting FHA mortgages. That is an obscenity. To the obvious bot/detractors, 6% of these loans is a lot. They were stuffing these loans through in the final months during the transition. A turbo pump of shit into our economy to drive home prices up and deny Americans not only jobs, but affordable homes to start families. At this point, we have to call this what it is: an invasion conceived, organized, and executed by foreign powers. Davos, the High Table, the City of London, blah, 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 and India. Mark Carney in Canada has opened the floodgates to turn our northern border into a literal shithole. They should all now be considered hostile actors.
Dumps. They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps.
One thing that Tom has been identifying with his... if you're not subscribed to Gold Goats and Guns, what are you doing, man? It's $12 a month, and it's the best $12 a month you're going to spend. In his market reports, he's been tracking the treasury purchases, like who's been buying and selling treasuries. And it's on a lagging basis. When you get the reports come in, you can see it on a lagging basis. And it's very obvious. What Canada is doing right now is 1 month, they're massively buying treasuries. The next month, they're massively selling treasuries. The next month, they're massively buying them. The next month, they're massively selling them. What Canada is doing is serving as a proxy source of dollars for the Europeans. Canada has been set up as a hostile outpost. As Ukraine is to Russia, so Canada is to the United States. Okay, sorry. Got another black pillar for you here. If you guys listened to OGC last night, you already saw this, but I got to make sure that I highlight it for you. Tim Walz signs driver's licenses for all law, allowing illegal aliens to obtain free government-issued photo IDs.
What a fag.
It's done.
A packed room at the St. Paul Armory erupted after the governor's signature made driver's license for all the law of the land.
So we give driver's licenses to anyone here. You don't have to be a citizen. You don't have to, which is a photo ID. So if someone comes in, they register, they have the driver's license, but they have an incorrect social or no social or whatever. So then they become incomplete. But if they walk in to vote with their driver's license, does that make them all of a sudden now okay?
Mr. Linnell.
Madam Chair, so the designation on the roster for someone whose registration had been incomplete, if they present the election judge with that acceptable identification document, that would clear the challenge from the roster and they would be permitted to cast a ballot.
Anderson.
Well, okay, there's your problem potentially. So thank you.
So just to clarify, someone who is not a citizen but presents a driver's license at that point in the process could be permitted to vote.
Madam Chair, at the time of registration, as well as at the time of submitting a ballot, every voter is signing the attestation affirming their eligibility to vote, including that they meet all eligibility requirements, that they are a U.S. citizen.
Now, Capitalissimo, very valuable bit of insight here. When a license is issued in any state, the state must query the National Driver Register, the NDR, which is operated by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, NHTSA, which is part of the Department of Transportation, a cabinet-level agency of the executive branch. Participation in the NDR is mandatory if states want to receive federal highway funds. Minnesota received $917 million in 2025. That's not a small sum. The president could issue an executive order tomorrow mandating the cross-checking of NDR queries with DHS's Systemic Alien Verification for Entitlements database, the SAVE database, flagging immigration status violations and issuing denials on that basis. Non-compliant states will lose their highway funding. You guys want something to chimp about? Here you go. here's a great chimp opportunity. Because this administration, with Sean Duffy, Secretary of Transportation, is already showing a strong willingness to withhold federal funds to non-compliant states. Here's a clip.
What's going on is Democrats who worked incredibly hard to open up our borders and let millions of people into this country, now they're working overtime to make sure that they can take jobs away from American citizens and make our roads less safe. That's completely what's happening here. In regard to California, in regard to English only, this is a long-standing rule. It's been on the books for decades. It's just that we are now enforcing the law and saying you have to speak English, you have to be able to read road signs in English. Every state, not all of them are in compliance. All of them have gotten into compliance except California. We gave them 30 days. Gavin Newsom, in essence, gave us a hand gesture that he didn't care. And so we pulled $40 million of funding from his state as a penalty. Hopefully he'll rethink it, get on board, and I'd love to give him the money, but also have him follow the laws and the rules as set by DOT, and again, longstanding rules.
So $40 million of funding pulled from California because they've been letting non-English speakers drive semi-trucks. All right, hold on. Got some tips that have just come in.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
Mutt, please make the turn to a white bill here because this is infuriating and I'm chimping.
Apologies, Willing Always. Hopefully that was a little bit of a white pill right there. We got some more good stuff here coming shortly. Here's another tip.
White man is back, baby! The white man is back!
How many beers have we drunk, you lightweight fuck? Also, if you didn't see that Geno Suarez Grand Slam, I'm changing my MLB TV password.
Nope, haven't seen it yet. Haven't been able to watch it just yet. I am most of the way through the second IPA here. Let's see, the first one. What was this? Tropical Beer Hug by Goose Island. A 9.9%. And then right now I'm working on the Dogfish Head 90-minute IPA, which is 9%. I'm most of the way through it. No, I did not watch it live. Sorry, I was putting together the LABE. I know what I'm doing as soon as I finish the LABE, though. Speaking of, let's keep this going because I would like to go watch that and experience that wonderful moment. Here's more Luongo. Thank you for the tips, guys. See you in the camp says, where's the link for tips? It is tip. Well, there you go. The Clanker just replied. There's the link right there. Or you can go to tips.kingpill.com. I did pin the link for donating to Cooper. If you're watching on Kick right now, the link is pinned up there. It's giftsandgo.com link. Please go donate to our boy. So Tom says, Health Alliance, end running RFK Jr. to restore the old system, states' rights even. You could see where this is heading. Tom has been saying for a while that what they're working toward with this No Kings thing is essentially they're creating a secessionist movement, treating Trump as if he is King George, and they are going to secede, running the same old playbook over again. Secede over him being tyrannical, new Declaration of Independence, that sort of thing. And what do you know? Look at this. California announces coalition of governors forming new alliance to protect public health from political interference. Now, ostensibly, like it says, the reason for this is protecting public health. But this is worth watching because they are forming, you see here, governors now forming a political alliance on a particular basis. And that political alliance could extend to other things. Governor Gavin Newsom today joined 14 other governors in launching the Governor's Public Health Alliance, a new nonpartisan hub coordinating public health leadership across the country. The alliance will strengthen emergency preparedness, improve communication, share data and expertise, and ensure states and territories can respond quickly and consistently to emerging health threats. Participating governors include Bob Ferguson from Washington, fuck that guy, Josh Green from Hawaii, Maura Healey from Massachusetts, Kathy Hochul from New York, Tina Kotek from Oregon, Ned Lamont from Connecticut, Lou Leon Guerrero from Guam. Yeah, I got nothing. Dan McKee from Rhode Island, Matt Meyer from Delaware, Wes Moore from Maryland, Phil Murphy from New Jersey, Jared Polis from Colorado, J.B. Prisker from Illinois, and Josh Stein from North Carolina. Gavin Newsom says, California is proud to help launch this new alliance because the American people deserve a public health system that puts science before politics. I've got so much fatigue on these fucking people, man. So much fatigue. After everything, I literally lived through 2020. I lived through the Biden administration. I'm so tired of hearing this stupid horse shit. I cannot wait to watch these people be just absolutely crushed, destroyed, obliterated, wiped from the planet, humiliated. Can't happen soon enough. But anyways, we got something to keep an eye on. This new Governor's Health Alliance. They're forming it's a formal alliance between Democratic governors. And this is part of why governors' races like New Jersey are so important. Because even if the guy is just like a squish Republican, the political divisions are sharp enough now that a squish Republican is not going to join up with a Democrat governor's alliance like that. Precisely because he is a squish. But this is the direction that they want to take this. They're going to drive at this idea of creating a secessionist movement around this. And every single fucking libertarian is going to just step on every single rake along the way. We're going to have to save our libertarian brethren by tranquilizing them, putting them into a coma, and leaving them there for like 10 years. For their own sake. In Minecraft.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
You have to watch Precarious State, a documentary about the collapse of MN. Very eye-opening.
Oh, okay. Thank you. See you in the camp. Precarious State, a documentary about the collapse of Minnesota. That hits kind of close to home because my family comes from Minnesota. Alexandria is where my dad's grandparents immigrated to. So I've got a lot of family still in Minnesota, and it is a goddamn shame what they're doing to that state. Made a note of that. Thank you for the tip there. Yeah, I got to send Delta Force into Minneapolis. Get the Somalis out. Isaac says I have family in Alexandria too. Perhaps we're cousins. Cousin, is that you? Now, for a little bit of a white pill here. Mike Lee says the fact that a UN climate tax is even being considered warrants our withdrawal from the UN. The UN is about to tax you. Voters are showing their opposition to the net zero climate agenda whenever they get the chance. But that isn't stopping the United Nations, which this week is poised to impose what amounts to a global tax on carbon emissions. Yes, this is the definition of taxation without representation. The International Maritime Organization, the IMO, a UN body based in, where else? London, hopes at its meeting this week to secure final approval for its net zero framework for shipping. What's that? A multinational body governing shipping? Shipping lanes. I wonder what that could be a reference to. The measure would impose charges per metric ton of carbon dioxide that ships emit above certain limits. The tax would be $100 or $380 per metric ton, depending on various factors. That could translate to an annual tax take of $10 to $12 billion. If you've heard about this at all, it's probably because the Trump administration last week threatened to slap sanctions on any country that votes in favor of imposing this tax. Washington rightly worries that it will increase the cost of goods American households by increasing global shipping costs as much as 10%. Setting aside the trade policy irony, at least someone in the Trump administration is worried that expensive imports might be bad for the American economy. The damage from this UN climate tax is as much political as economic. The UN has previously toyed with emissions monitoring schemes, such as for aviation, and the IMO claims this proposal is no different. But this is the first instance we can find of the UN claiming the ability to levy a tax, the revenues from which will be paid directly into a UN-controlled fund. For the UN system as a whole, roughly 80% of revenue comes from governments. Those capitals at least are responsible to their own taxpayers and are also in a position to impose some accountability on the UN if they try. The rest is income generated from UN consulting activities or investment returns, and exchange rate movements affecting existing reserves. So, you're telling me there is a multinational body that wants to apply shipping fees and makes its money from consulting activities, investment returns, and exchange rate movements affecting existing reserves. And you want to tell me the British Empire is dead? I'd say give me some of what you're smoking, but it's probably going to be bad for me. The IMO carbon tax on shipping, by contrast, would be paid by ship owners directly into a new net zero fund created by the agency. The IMO says this money pot to be managed by agency staff would support innovation in green shipping and reward low-emission ships. That's bad enough as an invitation to opaque special dealing and corruption, but the IMO also contemplates using the funds for just transition initiatives in developing countries and to mitigate negative impacts of climate change on vulnerable states. In other words, this is another income redistribution scheme for whatever ideas the UN bureaucracy deems worthy. If you think handouts to non-democratic countries for vaguely defined climate purposes will be administered scrupulously in the public interest, we've got a carbon-neutral barge to sell you. Meanwhile, who will decide when the tax rate needs to increase and how? The task is left to a 170-plus member committee under the aegis of the IMO. And good luck to any voter in Boston, Berlin, or Bangkok who wants to influence that debate. It's a bad sign that the IMO is even pushing this measure, when voters in the US and across Europe are becoming less willing to pay economic costs for net zero climate policies. Many Western governments, especially in Europe, nonetheless support the IMO plan, no doubt because of that unpopularity. It's an attempt by climate-obsessed politicians to entrench their agenda before voters in democracies can kill it. Once again, demonstrating that the European leadership class is the enemy. They are the great Satan. This is the kind of national abdication of decision-making to international bodies that has spurred populist rebellions across Europe and the US. President Trump will do Americans and the entire democratic world a favor if he can scare the IMO into thinking twice about this global carbon tax plan. Now, you might say, how is this a white pill? Well, John Conrad says, I can't share the details on how Michael Waltz, the former National Security Advisor, now U.S. Ambassador to the UN, and Secretary Rubio have, in just a few days, organized the greatest opposition to UN policy since the Cold War and blocked this UN carbon tax. Otto von Bismarcko. I can't say it was a knife fight to the end. I've been in this industry for 30 years and I've never seen anything like it, one shipping executive told me today. You just don't say no to these guys. It's unheard of. It's unclear who these guys are, but I suspect that European families with shipping investments and net wealth that far exceeds Elon's. Absolutely none of the maritime experts I interviewed early this week thought the U.S. could pull this off. Zero. Massive amounts of money, NGO influence, diplomatic threat, and media manipulation were behind this. And the American media, except G Captain and Fox News, was dead silent. And yet, Trump did it. As a reminder,
the only acceptable political theory is complete undying loyalty to Donald Trump.
That Trump Truth Social post sent shockwaves through the building, one UN delegate in London told me. Nobody expected it. The Secretary General looked like a deer in the headlights this morning. Incredible. Simply incredible work by Team Trump and a massive blow to the European deep state. who planned to use this tax as a slush fund to plug holes in USAID funding for globalist NGOs. Promises made, promises kept. Mr. Zeus says, what did he do? I missed it. They killed it. Trump tweeted about it, or he truced it about it. Marco Rubio and Mike Waltz destroyed it. Oh, and here, I forgot to share this. Luongo quote tweeted that and said, still think Trump works for these people? Anyone still shilling that inanity should be immediately downgraded in your mind. Seriously. There is zero excuse. There is no excuse whatsoever anymore for any of this horseshit about Trump being controlled opposition, Zionist, globalist controlled. It's willful ignorance or straight up bad faith subversion from anyone at this time. Anybody who is not talking about this stuff, showing all of the ways that we are winning, that this administration, that this president is fighting for us in extremely relevant, tangible ways, is not to be trusted.
The white man is back, baby! The white man is back!
A fucking UN tax? Give me 100 New Yorker patriots and we'll bulldoze the gun UN into the East River. Get him out.
Yes! Thank you, willing always. 100 New Yorker patriots. Bulldoze the UN into the East River. You got any takers? Anyone want to join our man? Thank you for the tip, my friend. Here's another one. Top official declares that Biden and Buttigieg destroyed U.S. air travel and the industry never wants them back.
They're pining for the days of Pete Buttigieg.
Nobody is pining for the days of Pete Buttigieg. I don't care what political party you're from. If you're in the world of airlines and transportation, nobody wants that administration back. It was nothing but punitive, massive regulations, take 10% of the airlines out of the sky for, DEI and environmental reasons, crushing the industry, completely crippling it. Now you have a president that actually ran an airline, right? They had Trump Airlines, loves the airlines, understands its strategic national asset, and is making the real investments, and have put people in place like Sean and Brian Bedford that say, we're going to get it done. They're putting their reputations on it. That hasn't happened before in a long time in government to say, we're going to go after a $30 billion high-tech modernization infrastructure project, and we promise we're going to get it done. That's real money and real leadership.
They're pining for the days of Pete Buttigieg.
And Luongo says the war on transportation is and was very, very real. You don't want 15-minute arcologies? Tough titties will make air travel disgusting. You like your cars? Tough shit. Pay triple the price for a car that despises you and is designed to fall apart in 80,000 miles. That all has to end yesterday. Diamond industries like airplanes and cars have to exist to have a hope at all of maintaining civilization. Shout out to Sean Duffy, the absolute patriot, transportation secretary, the good work that he's doing. Now, it looks like I've got to intervene on something here in the chat. Miles Standish is asking that what did he say here? Please corroborate my 4 children's existence for the chat. Yes, Miles Standish is 28 with 4 children. Can confirm, have seen pictures. There's some handsome Aryan children as well. Miles Standish is one of our great patriots. Looking forward to our first annual King Pilled golf tournament held in Arizona so I can meet the man. It will happen. I'm putting it out there now. It absolutely will happen. I got another clip here. This is a Democratic strategist Liz Smith, a top party insider and longtime advisor to Pete Buttigieg, just admitted what many suspected have been stating from the beginning.
Are mad. Why the base is mad at some of the leaders in Washington is not because they're not left enough. It's because, Chuck Schumer came out with no strategy, no forewarning, and just said, we're going to fold on the CR. I mean, I think he could have done a better job of explaining what the strategy was and what we're going to do, but there wasn't anything like that. I think Democrats are learning, and I'm going to agree with you, that Democrats cannot only be the party of resistance. We cannot, we resisted so hard between 2017 and 2024. We impeached the guy.
We resisted so hard between 2020 and 2024. We just resisted so much, and it didn't work, guys. Sorry. Everyone hates us now.
Prosecuted him, convicted him of 34 felony counts, and guess what? He still got elected. So I don't know how much harder we can resist now.
Are you admitting that that the case against Trump in New York was part of the organized Democratic Party resistance?
It was a Democratic prosecutor.
God, I love Scott Jennings. Watch that one more time.
That the case against Trump in New York was part of the organized Democratic Party resistance?
It was a Democratic prosecutor.
What a patriot!
And at the time, I said I thought it was unwise. I went on Fox News and said it was unwise.
At the time,
there were a lot.
Just to be clear, everybody who now touts the 34 felonies, take it from Liz. This was not a real case. This was a plot to upend the presidential campaign, which backfired.
I just think it was a boneheaded move by Alvin Bragg, but it's not his first or last one. So.
This is why we invite Liz, because she's a plain-spoken New York Paul who can really tell it straightforward in a straightforward.
We haven't gotten a Scott Jennings clip in a while, so I had to include that one. What do we got here next? Oh, Jeff Accordion. Have you guys heard of the No Kings protest? Well, we've been kind of dealing with some trauma the last few subjects that we've talked about. So let's take a brief moment and learn about the No Kings protest in musical format. Brought to you by our patriot, Jeff Accordion. Guy's probably gone to sleep already. He'll hear this hopefully tomorrow whenever he listens to this episode. Go follow the man at Jeff Accordion. He also has a Substack, I believe. Did he change some of his stuff up here? GetInTheCrystal.com. What is this? Oh, what is this? Get in the crystal. Follow these 3 easy steps to trap a soul within a crystal. Select a crystal, upload a photo, export your crystal. Ah! Brilliant! Well done, sir. Oh, I'm going to make use of this. He also, I believe he has a Substack. I'll check it while I'm playing this video for you guys. But I believe it's called Act Accordionly.
When the TV says to go out on the street and wave those signs that the heiress of the Walmart fortune so generously provided, you put your favorite tennis balls on your best walker and you get out there and you wave those signs.
We senior citizens are the last line of defense against literally Hitler making America great again. The nerve of that man!
That orange man!
Orange! Octogenarians unite, take to the streets.
Block traffic.
Relive the 60s.
Sing old folk songs out of key. Play your detuned ukulele with all of your might and with fury of God.
We shall overcome. We will defeat him. We are the future.
Do your part, save the world.
And be sure to get out there early, because we will all need to be wrapped up by 4 o'clock for supper at Denny's.
Viva la revolution! No kids! No kids! No kids! No! No kids! No kids! No
kids! Whoa! No kings.
Okay, so I've been unable to confirm his Substack. It's not working. The search wasn't working on the browser. I couldn't find it on the phone either. But yeah, go follow the man, Jeff Accordion. Good stuff. He's a sometime collaborator with our great pseudowave generator. All right, what do we got next here? Oh, so I gave you that good one. Yeah, now you guys. Now I'm going to subject you to something. I'm going to subject you to something awful. One of the worst things that you've ever heard. Trump's current and former U.S. ambassadors to Israel, Mike Huckabee and David M. Friedman, performed a rendition of Sweet Home Alabama in Israel titled Sweet Home Yerushalayim. The lyrics were changed to push for greater Israel.
Torah scrolls keep on turning. Just 2 days and we are through. Then we start from the beginning.
It's so bad!
Hashem's holy words begin anew. We all have come to help Hatzalah.
It looks like Anthony
And we wanna
Cumia.
help it thrive. Based right here in God's holy city. Throughout this land, it's saving lives. Sweet home Yerushalayim. Yeah. Where God's words ring so true. Sweet home Yerushalayim. Lord, I'm coming home to you. Well, friends and friends don't think it's Jewish. The United Nations call us crooks.
In my headcanon, that's Anthony Cumia in a yarmulke.
Israel. Just as it says in all the holy books. Yeah.
Anthony Cumia. Yes.
The white man is back, baby. The white man is back.
Mutt is waterboarding us with boomer slop.
Yes, I am. Oh, yeah, I am. And I'm enjoying every last moment of it. Now I will, I'll make it up to you guys just a little bit here. So first of all, shout out to First Citizen for getting this one on my radar yesterday. Got a little Earl Sinclair dropping the beer here. Look at this. Gary Cardone. Grant Cardone's brother. Quote tweets this. Says, well done. Well, what is he quote tweeting? Jeff Epstein says, a full list of Jewish expulsions across time. The length is insane, but it shows a clear pattern. I'm not going to play this whole thing. Starting with Carthage. In case you wondered, yes. You can get 2.5 minutes worth of the Imperial March scrolling through all of the expulsions. Now, if I'd just seen this, I'd have been like, oh, okay, interesting. Gary Cardone is quote tweeting it? What's happening? Slutty Milk says that I may or may not be a few degrees professionally removed from Grant Cardone. Wonder what he thinks. Sir, you have marching orders. You need to find out what's going on with Gary Cardone. What's going on with Grant Cardone? Because, I mean, I don't know. I guess I could dig it. But I definitely did not have Gary Cardone 109 posting on my bingo card here. And here's the clip that I promised you guys earlier. So I played this one for you yesterday where this unfortunate-looking woman is asking Cory Booker about if Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal and feeling very dissatisfied with his answer. And if I'd scrolled down, I would have seen this clip.
I'm one of a handful of people that don't take corporate PAC money. I don't understand my Democratic
What
Party.
about APAC money?
Uh-oh.
You take APAC money, don't you?
A minuscule percentage of my resources.
I
come
heard it's like 800,000.
Yeah, but that's a lifetime number of raising tens of millions of dollars. Let me give you the right stat. The majority of my money comes from small dollar contributions. My last report, I think 76% of it came from people that gave $25 or less. Again, we could...
Isn't it interesting now? All of a sudden, taking APAC money is like, oh, yeah, but just a tiny little bit. You know, don't come after me about that. It is low status to take APAC money.
Pick at each other, or we could do what we need to be doing right now, is joining in a chorus of conviction to condemn it. And again, I'm a child of civil rights activists. You think Malcolm X and Martin Luther King agreed on everything? No. But when it came to the fight, they joined together and created a movement that was successful. And that's really what my focus is. And as the only person in the caucus that lives in a low-income black and brown neighborhood below the poverty line. I still remember when some progressives from the suburbs came down to protest me, and they were literally chased away by my nigga, you gay! We are in an urgency. Every day I see it. We are in an urgency where real people are getting hurt. When I go up and down in New Jersey, they don't care about the fact that I took 1% of my money from some group. They care about, what are you doing to restore my health care?
I think the Democratic base feels like there is a disconnect. We hear you, like when you did your 25-hour speech, I was like, go, Cory, I love this.
What the hell is going on with these cheekbones, man? Like, how do you get that? How does that happen? She looks like a fish. I can't even get my cheeks to suck in that much. How does this happen?
That is amazing. And then there's a photo shoot with you with Benjamin Netanyahu.
Uh-oh.
And I was just like, what in the actual fuck? Like, how can he do that? It was heartbreaking. I felt betrayed.
Yeah,
and that hang on. And that doesn't just happen in an echo
Shut
chamber.
up, bitch.
Democrats like you, where the base, we should make each other better. It's not a purity test. We want credible messengers. Because when we are down the middle, beholden to corporate interests, we leave this vacuum, and that's how fascism has flourished. For myself and a lot of our listeners, when I saw the picture with Benjamin Netanyahu, I felt like it diminished your 25 hours. That's how it felt to me.
I'm one of...
You know, like, I know a lot of people feel like you really we gotta push the envelope. We gotta keep edgelording. We gotta break the taboos. And it's fun. I have no problem with participating in the taboo breaking, but we're so far beyond that. We are past the 13%. This stuff has broken into the mainstream a long, long, long time ago. APAC is an asset that, if you've been listening to Tom Luongo, you'll get this reference. APAC is an asset that is way overdue for deprecating, which means it's going to become less and less useful as a proxy for anything significant or meaningful. So if you're tracking like APAC donations or what APAC is saying, or even like the ADL or SPLC, all these different organizations, if you're really honed in on them and you're giving them lots of your time and attention, like, you may be the most invested person in them of anybody. These are tired, expiring organizations. We're moving into a new world, which again, is not necessarily like it's going to have good things and it's going to have bad things, but it's just new and different, and you don't want to get stuck in that old paradigm. Then I got this clip here. Again, we're doing kind of a We got a Friday roundup of clips that I've had saved for the last few days. This one's kind of funny. Ben Shapiro getting on Matt Walsh's case, and you see in Matt Walsh what happens when a man has to get berated by his Jewish manlet boss. He makes this face.
Again, I'm not even disagreeing with the motivations of the Politico story. In fact, even on my show today, I talked about the motivations of the Politico story, which, Matt, I agree, are completely scurrilous and designed to distract from the sort of violent rhetoric we've seen from the left. But it has led to, I think, a reactionary response on some parts of the right to say there should be no policing ever at all. No social consequences should ever attend to things that are said on the right, that it's basically just pure my side versus your side. The problem I have is, number one, I think that's immoral, and number two, I don't think that's pragmatic. I don't think that's moral because I think that there are things that get said on the right that are really, really, really ugly, and pretending those away doesn't make them go away. I think that they're rising. I think that they're getting more common. I know that my death threats from that side are getting more common. I know I have more security because of that, and it's not just from the left. I have lots of security from the left, and I also get lots of security from the right. Matt, I think a little bit earlier today you tweeted that kind of your litmus test is the people who are trying to kill you, and I totally get that.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
I also have that litmus test. The difference is that I think that if somebody tries to kill you, Matt, there's a good shot that it's going to be a leftist. If somebody tries to kill me, it's a frickin' Agatha Christie novel. I just don't know which direction the bullet is coming from at this point, given the sort of various and sundry radical extremes that exist. I'm not going to...
Ben, nobody is going to try to kill you, bro. Nobody cares about you enough to kill you. Don't pat yourself on the back. Nobody gives a shit about you.
Say that the right is equivalent to the left in this respect, because I don't think it's been mainstream to nearly the same effect on the right that it has been on the left. But to pretend that it has not infiltrated a lot of very important spaces, I think is sort of whistling past the graveyard.
He's just... Meanwhile,
again,
Matt's just sitting here like this. Free Matt Walsh. Cut the man loose. He'll be so powerful on his own. Imagine a network with Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles. Now that would have some power to it. But they're stuck with these goofballs. Tucker should offer Walsh a job. Yeah. The Matt and Mike Show. Sponsored by Eminem. All right, let's read this article here on Pat Buchanan. The Gen Z right has Pat Buchanan's lasting legacy. From Gabe Guidarini. We were getting an overrepresentation of the Spumoni Americans tonight. Gabe Guidarini of TPUSA fame. On December 2, 2023, in the modest gymnasium of a community college in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, President Donald Trump addressed a raucous crowd of supporters. As he spoke about the enduring force of the movement he ignited in 2015, he paused to reflect on a man many had forgotten, but whose ideas are increasingly animating the rising generation of conservatives. You know, there was a man, Pat Buchanan, a good guy, a conservative guy, Trump began. A sudden collective cheer erupted from the left side of the stage, unmistakably youthful, unexpected in tone. Wow, young people, they know him, Trump responded with a mix of surprise and amusement. The cheering came from a group of college Republicans, mostly young Midwestern men. They represented more than just campus enthusiasm. They were the surface current of a deeper, surging tide within the American right. A generation of young conservatives who have not merely rejected progressive orthodoxy, but who have turned their backs on the neutered, market-centric consensus that long dominated Republican politics. Their affinities lie not with Reaganite optimism or Bush-era globalism, but with the sobering, culture-first realism of Pat Buchanan. These are the heirs to the original Buchanan Brigade, animated by a blend of cultural traditionalism, economic nationalism, and a deep-seated skepticism toward America's post-Cold War trajectory. They're not interested in conserving the status quo. They want to recover something lost. Three developments define the social fabric of 21st century America: the triumph of multiculturalism, the commodification of the consumer, and the cultural conquest of the left. For decades, neither major party offered a meaningful response. Democrats embraced the transformation. Republicans timidly adjusted to it. In the 1990s, Buchanan was virtually alone in warning that the West was in decline, culturally, spiritually, and economically. The relative prosperity and comfort of the 90s muffled his prophecy, and few listened. Then came the Great Recession. For millions of Americans, it was more than an economic downturn. It was the unveiling of a deeper, festering crisis. Young people, in particular, felt it viscerally. The America they inherited no longer resembled the country celebrated in their parents' stories or history books. The economy seemed rigged, the culture foreign, and the future grim. By the time Donald Trump descended the escalator in 2015, a vanguard of young men had already begun rejecting the stale dogmas of Conservatism, Inc. They were the ideological foot soldiers of Trump's first campaign, angry, disillusioned, and increasingly well-read. What started as a populist rebellion quickly matured into something more coherent. Tax cuts and platitudes about the Constitution no longer sufficed. Legal immigration was no longer seen as harmless. Endless foreign aid and wars of choice were now understood as betrayals, not of international obligations, but of national ones. The refrain, "Democrats are the real racists," gave way to "stop playing by the left's rules." Conservatism, these young rebels concluded, should not exist to preserve the wreckage of liberalism. It should stand to restore greatness. It is no surprise, then, that Buchanan's The Death of the West has become a sacred text among this emerging young right. In an era when most of their peers don't read, these young conservatives have made it required reading. It has even shaped elected officials. The third youngest vice president in U.S. history, himself a product of the Midwestern populist realignment, publicly cited Buchanan's work as formative in 2021 during an interview with David Freiheit. This revival of Buchananite thought has unnerved many in the conservative establishment. The backlash has come not just from the left, but from within the right. From those who seek to redefine conservatism as a more polite version of liberalism. Joel Berry of the Babylon Bee, for example, dismissed the Pat Buchanan right as radicals, himself seemingly more comfortable cracking Reagan-inflected jokes than grappling with the real challenges faced by today's young workers, parents, and future homeowners. But the old consensus is crumbling. The new generation doesn't want talking points. They want answers. They see through the empty gestures of conservative influencers who quote the founders one minute and promote materialism the next. The polite right has had its time and failed. While Trump may be the most visible beneficiary of Buchanan's intellectual legacy, the future belongs to those young men and women now entering the institutions of politics, media, and civic life. Their influence will not be limited to elections, but to the cultural soil out of which political movements grow. Buchanan was once a lone voice, a dissident within his own party. Today, his ideas no longer echo in isolation. They resound in lecture halls, and podcasts, and online reading groups, and in quiet conversations among friends questioning what went wrong with the American dream. It's likely that Buchanan will not live to see the full fruit of this realignment, but it is his vision of a nation rooted in faith, heritage, and cultural continuity that may yet shape the American right for decades to come. This is his final and perhaps most enduring gift to the country he tried so long to save. And that, my friends, is all I've got for you guys today. We are at the end of the week. It is Friday night. Had a great Friday LABE. Just crossed the 4-hour mark a little bit ago. And yes, indeed, I am a little bit tipsy. I guess the 2 9% IPAs was did the trick. Tomorrow, though, I'm expecting to get a little bit more than tipsy. We are going to have a grand old meetup at a secret place in South Austin. Anybody who's in the greater Texas area who wants to join us, please do let me know. Shoot me an email, realkingpilled@gmail.com, or realkingpilled on Twitter. Shoot me an email. If you're emailing me, give me your Twitter handle, and I will add you to the GC, and there will be more King Pilled Texas meetups in the future. So even if you can't make this one, make sure you get in that group chat so that you can be alerted to whenever the next one is going to happen. And I'm looking forward to seeing all of you guys. So have yourselves a great weekend. Starting to lose my voice already. It's only been 4 hours and 20 minutes, but I think I've talked a little more in this one than I usually do. So, yeah. Thank you guys for showing up. Thank you for all your contributions to the streamer salary and all the other different ways you can support the show. Welcome to the new King Pill Discord member. And I didn't even get through everything that I had in the list tonight. We got a whole bunch of stuff that will carry over into next week. And I'm sure there will be many more things that come up for LABE content after by the time we get to next week. So, reminder, don't go grabbing any No Kings, what do you call it? No Kings, what are the things? The signs. The No King signs that are being put out there. We've got some very good evidence that they're attaching Apple AirTags to them as a way of perhaps being able to track people who take them home. Who knows if this is law enforcement or if this is some sort of other organization that's doing it. I'll be tweeting something out about this here in just a minute, so you guys can share that. Hopefully, with the No Kings thing that's starting out tomorrow, hopefully there will be nobody gets sucked up into that. So make sure you guys do not grab any of them. I don't know why you would. This isn't something that would occur to me. I'm not thinking about grabbing a sign and taking it somewhere, but someone thinks that that's something that is worth tracking. So just stay away from that shit. There's no reason to get involved in all of that unless you're getting paid to do so. Yeah, Forever Bulk. Don't grab signs, record addresses. All right, that's all I got for you guys tonight. So I will see you guys on Monday with another episode of the ASTROLABE. And for tonight, I leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said,